mic is muted. Hey, Lady Moon. How? You know, hey, Copper, you ready for the day? Now, hey, y'all. I shouted everybody out. I know y'all feeling good. The serpent guy, Morpheus. Oh, my goodness. Morpheus. Hey, Brother Sanchez. Hey, now, I'm going to put the link in the chat for Brother Sanchez. Hey, Public Enemy. And Morpheus crazy, but Morpheus, you gotta be good up here because we got a lot of people watching, and you know you be like, shut your but that's if y'all want to join the panel. If not, you're free to watch. But before we get started, hey Copper, beautiful, how's it out there in Cali?
It's gorgeous.
We got a lot of rain here, sis, and it just ain't stopping. But anyway, I want to get into it. We got 1,000 people in here already. So I think it's going to be a really good one today. So we covered, we're covering Buddhism. This is the introduction to Buddhism. All right. It's an introduction by Geshe. And I really love Geshe's own interpretation that he shared to help you get a better understanding of Buddhist way of life. And I actually love it. And we covered in part 1 of it. We learned about who Buddha is, understanding the mind, past and future lives. We learned about what is karma, and then we read about our precious human life. And we left off with today. We're going to get into meditation. What is meditation? But before we go there, I just want to show 3 distinct videos of why it's so difficult for many representatives to represent our people in the inner cities across the 50 states. Like the behaviors that is just wild. And I'm going to show 3 videos and what people can see, the people in our community that we have to work with, and that we have to work with in our community to try and transition their behaviors. I'm not sure where the behavior stems from, out of anger and frustration. I'm not certain. Each individual has its own distinct reasons why they react the way they do. And it's very hard for someone like myself. Like I said, like a lot of my YouTube segments is a lot of acting. I don't act this way in a professional business office, but I also understand how to relate with my people in specific generations. When you're talking, let me put this up because a lot of people don't know what I mean when I say eras and generations. So when I'm speaking of generations, I'm speaking of years specific people were born in. Like the boomer generation, the traditionalists up at the top is my grandmother's generation and my dad. They were the generation that was silenced, and they were no longer allowed to talk about our history because they got into Christianity real heavy even before this time. And they weren't allowed to really speak about our being indigenous Indians to the Americas, but they whispered it to us in our homes. Of course, you know, our people are not going to just shut up. So that's my grandmother's era and a lot of your great grandma's eras. Then we have the boomer generation, which is my mom's era. Okay. That's moms of the 70s because I was a child of the 70s. I was a little kid. I was born in the late 60s. And then that moves to the after us comes the X generation, which is me. That's my generation, the Generation X. Those born between 65 and the years change 1 to 2 years. They sort of flip the generations. But if you're born in the X generation, you were born between 65 and 83. The next generation after me, which is my children's generation, or which would be my children's generation, which are the millennials, who of all the generations, they are very different and distinct generation. Okay, they dealt with a lot. Millennials dealt with a lot. They dealt with a lot of parent disattachment from mom. A lot of them do not have Southern morals, and but they're also were born with business minds. This is the generation that was born that's not working for nobody. They want their own businesses, and that's what we want. So they're a very special generation. Um, this is the first generation to literally stand up to Big Mama and put her in her place. Like cuts out like in my generation, little, you couldn't sit at the table and when grown folks is talking. That's in Generation X, my generation and back. But now the Y generation, there's no baby that you where the parents hang out with them and sit at the table and they hear everything going on. So the morals are literally gone. These Southern morals that were passed down are just like gone. And it gets even more interesting because now Generation Z, they are mothers now, young mothers, and born between 2003 and 2021. And we now have our alpha generations who are uh, babies. They're 2 and 3 years old, 1, 2, and 3 years old. So better generation isn't even here yet, and I can just imagine how that's going to be. So what I want to show you is a video of it. It's very difficult, like I said, and I know just by the reactions that these this is Generation X. I'm not even going to say anything and influence you. I want you to watch the video. Hey, Shan, hey Shan. Um, I want you to watch this video. I'm not going to say anything. And I want to get I'm going to watch your comments in the chat regarding the, so here we go. Okay, before I say this again, I personally think that if we were raised under Buddhist teachings, that I don't think that we would be acting towards each other that we do today. Now, I know that there's killings that go on in Asian countries and things of that nature, but the structure of the way that they and the manner in which they raise their children is very different. At 2 years old, you are learning. Here, it's very different. We baby our men even up into their 20s, 25. Mama stands on her son, regardless if he's right or wrong. It's just horrible. A lot of moms do. I'm not saying everybody. So when I say our community, please don't take it individually and personal. That's something we got to get out of. But when I'm speaking of the inner city hoods across the country. If it doesn't apply to you, don't worry about it. Don't take it personal. All right. So let's watch this video of behaviors in our community. All right. Let's do a share screen. Here we go. Fair use. Oh, I didn't put up my what do you call it? My banner. I got to put up my fair use banner. There. Oh, well, I do have it at the top, but anyway, here we go, y'all. I'm just gonna let you watch it. Cause I never been to New Brain. I never been no
in New Britain. You liar. I want your badge number. You're going down. I got that on camera. You're going down. You lying. You liar.
You dropped the dollar, man.
You really gonna sit there and lie? Everything I do is legit. Everything I do is legit. Everything I do is
Ma'am,
legit.
you need to relax.
Get out of here. I don't want to talk to you. I want your badge number. I want your badge number. Badge number. You are going to be on administrative leave. Badge number. Now. You will go on administrative leave effective immediately. Now.
I don't know. It's reported as stolen, but
Now. I'm not Miss Thompson. I'm Sydney Ramsey.
So how's it registered stolen?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out. I think
You got the hot sheet?
Zulu, you can put me around the 1700 park on 75.
Will my daughter in the car? My daughter's not in the
Temporary
car. No.
77.
No, he wasn't.
Ledger at Catherine, 5934, please.
Can I make keys, please? Stop checking my video. You know this is a Jay Light, that's your name. Can I get your badge number?
Can we show her that? Can we just show her that it's on the list of stolen?
Can I have
Yeah,
my
if she wants. Hey, what's her name?
Can I have my stuff?
What's her name?
Can
Ma'am, ma'am,
I have my stuff?
ma'am, ma'am,
Can I have my
ma'am. I
What
need you to
is
step
your
over here.
cause for
Come here,
talking to me?
come here, come here.
I don't have
want
to
to show
talk to you.
I want to show
I'm
you
not
something.
under arrest.
I'm trying to show you. Listen,
show you that
see your
your
car
car
right
is
here, ma'am?
innocent.
See it's on red. You see AW8.
There's no possible way you just did that in the
listen.
system.
No.
There's no possible way. My car has
She's
never,
literally
ever,
not gonna know.
ever stolen. Ever.
Well,
Ever.
listen. We're trying to tell you. We're trying to tell you.
No, it hasn't. Leave me alone. No, it hasn't. Never in life has it
Christ.
ever. Everything is in my name. How
Listen,
could it be
we're trying
stolen?
to show you why we
That's
stopped.
That system you did?
No,
Did you make up the
listen,
numbers?
no, listen.
Where'd you get the numbers from?
All right, I'm done.
Your registration.
Hold it. There's
Can't
no
talk about
way
it.
my car's stolen.
Literally, we're past that. We're past it.
Give
We're
me my
past that.
stuff back so I can go.
It's reported as stolen.
Okay, but it's mine. You see I'm the owner.
Would you let me talk? If you're the
Sure.
owner, we'll take it out of the system and we'll have you
How
on
are
the
you
way.
What are you
That's
gonna
why
do it?
we're confirming that you're the owner.
What else do you need?
To run you in the
What
system
else
to
do
make
you
sure this
need?
car is registered
What
to
you
you.
know?
All right?
Give me my registration and my insurance now.
Ma'am,
Give me
ma'am.
my registration and insurance. Give me my registration and insurance.
Can we?
You're not gonna give it to
Listen,
me.
ma'am,
You're not gonna give it to me.
ma'am,
You're not gonna give it to me.
ma'am.
Your radio is terrible.
Can you please come over here?
Sure.
Just let them do what they gotta do. You'll be on your way.
Give me my
What's your name?
tired of you cops. Tired of you. I hope y'all all go to hell. I can't wait till Hartford has
I said I love Jesus, so that's not happening.
I bet it will. Soon enough, it's already written.
I do read the Bible.
It's already written.
Don't even bother. Don't even bother.
It's already written.
Don't even
Let's
bother.
talk about it.
Oh, so she's a Calvinist.
Yes, I'm all of that. Whatever you want me to be. Militant too.
Okay?
8867.
Jesus, I don't
I
got
don't
issues
give a
with
f- about get my registration.
I don't have your registration.
So get it from your
Step
president.
on 4.
Your car's in the system is stolen.
I don't care. You see it's me. You see I'm the owner. What are we doing? What
We
are
have
we
to run it.
doing?
We have to run it. We have to do a protocol.
What are you doing? No, I don't want to talk to you.
Stand over
I'll
there.
just leave.
No, you can't leave. You can't.
It's my car. I can absolutely.
Ma'am,
Like, do you have the keys?
ma'am, get out of the car. What are you doing? Stay over there. 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 I'm not gonna tell you again. Stay over there.
Out of there.
Get out of the car.
It's my car and it's not stolen.
Listen, watch
It's
out.
my car.
Let it out of the car.
It's my car. It's
Yo, what are you
not
doing?
stolen. It's my
Get out of the car. Get out of the car. Get out of the car.
And it's not stolen.
Get out of the car.
Stop.
Stay over there. I'm not. Stay over there. Stay over there. Get back. Get back. Get back.
No, my daughter's in here. Leave me alone.
Stay over there.
Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
I'm not gonna tell you this. Stay right there.
Step out. Leave my sister alone. Yeah, it's gonna be fucking alone.
Stay back. Stay back.
Step out. Leave my sister alone.
Ma'am.
Baby, put the car in park,
Put
baby.
the car in park.
Put the car in park, baby. Put it in the park.
You guys back up. Back up. Back up. Back up. Get behind the curb. I'm not telling you this. Get back. Back up. What are you doing? Get back.
Let's go. My car. Leave me alone. I have my daughter here. Leave me alone. Just like him. Don't tell me to step back. We here. We here for our sister.
No, that's fine. We're trying to listen. We're trying to limit protocol. Back up. Back up. Back up. Back up. Back up. Get behind the curb. Get behind the curb. Back up. Back up, ma'am. Ma'am, stay back. Stay back. Stay back, please. Please stay back. We got listen. Get back. Get back. Get back. Get back. Get behind. Get behind. Get back. Get back. Relax. Relax. Get back. I'm not gonna tell you get back. Get back. Look what they doing. She's not listening. Get back.
I'm not listening.
Stay back.
I'm not listening.
Bro. She made her decision. Stay back. I'm not. Oh my God. I'm not worried about it. I'm not. Stay over there. Stay over there. All right. All right. Back up, 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 back up.
No, you don't need that many.
Back up, back up, back up. Back up.
Why is it not a female officer?
Back up.
Listen.
Guys, back up, back up. Listen.
She can't
They got
breathe.
trying to calm her down. Relax.
So you need to tell them that she can't breathe, man. They need to help her.
She's trust me. They're doing what they got to do. Step back, step back, step back.
Okay, I'm gonna record it.
That's fine. That's fine. Record all you got want to, but stay. Record, but stay on the curb. Stay on the curb.
I'm right here. That's
We good. I'm an officer too, bro. It's not right. It's not right. It's not needed for all this extra stuff. I'm an officer too. This is not needed for all this. You need to just calm down. Why is there no female cop out here? Why is there not a female cop out here? Why is there not a female cop out here?
all of these men and
You need a female cop out here.
Just step back.
Just relax.
Just step back. Step back. Step back.
Just relax. Just relax.
Anyone else?
Just relax. Sit down and stay still.
Yeah, baby, calm down. Calm down.
Yeah.
They watching it, baby. He's a cop too.
I mean, now it's
Him, he said I'm an officer too. Why are there no female officers here? And Bucky said, I think she won that lawsuit because it was a glitch in the system. Her car was literally registered. It was registered as stolen.
White female blonde hair wearing a white shirt and jeans. Black male wearing a green sweater and jeans. The building refusing to leave. CJ in the super red there, 1040.
Oh my God.
right now they don't need to. The female officer would have been working. She's not. It's not cooperating.
Are you a relative? I thought you said you were his sister.
That is my sister.
So the little girl's in the car.
And that's your brothers? That's my sister.
There's a little girl in the car.
That's not
Oh my God.
That's your sister, so I would suggest go over there.
That's horrible.
A whole kid in the car.
All of that in front of, oh my God. That's horrible. That poor baby gonna be traumatized for the rest of her life.
Yeah. Calm down. Just,
Supervisor! I can't breathe! Are y'all serious right now? Are you serious? Oh, no.
Stay back. Stay back.
Yeah,
Stay back.
in the
Stay
police-
back.
Why am I showing her?
We want y'all bad numbers right here. We want y'all bad numbers. We want y'all bad numbers. What's your bad number? What's your name, sir?
Where's she at?
The ones that doing it, we want they
Yeah,
back.
we want them names and bad numbers. Y'all got a problem. Y'all don't have a problem.
If I want them, I'm stepping out.
Y'all look at y'all scrubs. Y'all about to break
Stay
my
back.
foot. Look at
Stay
my
back.
foot.
Stay
Y'all about
back.
to break
Stay
my
back.
foot.
Back up. On the curb.
Y'all about to break
Get
my
on the
foot.
curb.
Y'all about to break her foot. Y'all close her foot in the door. I don't care.
Stay back. Stay back. Get on the curb. Boss, get on the curb.
Y'all close her
I'm not gonna tell you one more time. Stay on the curb.
What you mean? I got it on tape. What you talking about? I don't care. I'm not gonna stop yelling none of that. Y'all gonna hear me today. Put that down. Out of here.
A car coming up, handle the crowd on the west side. Just pull right up.
Y'all hurting her. Put her in the ambulance. Put her in the ambulance. So stop them. Put her in the ambulance. Put her in the ambulance. Put her in the ambulance.
Driving the car away with her daughter in it. Smart. Smart.
She's scared. Look at how much of y'all to her. What do you mean? She's scared. Get out of here.
Going to the ambulance guy.
Get that cruiser out of here with the female.
What's your back? Everybody that jumped on her. What's your bag?
What's
Everybody that jumped on her.
What's your bad number?
We want everybody that jumped on her. We want your
Yeah,
bag.
I know all of them bad numbers.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay. So now,
Mm.
hold on. Hold on.
Mm-mm.
Now, that incident occurred in my state. And before everybody responds, I want y'all to know she won the lawsuit. What happened was her car she did own the car. It was her car, but it was registered as stolen. So that was a glitch in the system. The reason why they pulled her over, because the car was registered as stolen. Now that right there can tell you that that's a DMV error. Okay. She did own the car. It was her car. Now, the one thing I can say is in Connecticut, a very racist state, and it's been racist forever. I don't even know why I still survived here. When you look like me and you are indigenous to this land, and one thing about our state, we have a lot of dirty police officers, and they stick together no matter what the race is. We do have a lot of filthy, dirty police officers, to the point so bad that when you see incidents like this in Connecticut, and I can verify, I'm telling you, I know I'm 58 years here. One thing about the people in the urban community in Connecticut, they do not back down from police. They're not afraid of them. And they are very armed. And that scene, there was, and I'm going to speak modern day language. That scene, they don't care if you're related to them or not, the way the brothers and sisters think here when it comes to the police, because the police are so horrible here in Connecticut. There was niggas on the building armed, both sides of the street. You saw the guys giving their codes. They was ready to take all those cops out. It was about to be a civil war, and I'm just so glad it didn't turn out the way that it did. There was people behind the building everywhere, ready and armed. If they had done something to that girl, it was going to get ugly. And it really was. But long story short, she flipped. She flipped. She flipped out. I want to know what your thoughts were. I I me being myself, if they pull me over and say, "Ma'am, your car is registered," I'm calm. I'm calm. If they say, "Well, look, miss, see," and they were showing her on the system, "Look, miss, we're showing you on our system what it says. This is why it pulls you over." She All she seen was blood. She says, "No, you just put that there. There's no way. Who registers a car as stolen? Who does that?" And he said, "Exactly. This is why we're trying to figure it out. It's a glitch. It's got to be a glitch in the system." But I mean, I don't know. What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts,
Wow.
Irma? What she was afraid.
Well,
I,
yes. I see both sides of it. I see both sides of it. But I go back to the calm in me.
mm-hmm.
And like you said, I would have been more calmer
Yeah.
because you got them and you got little old you. Yes, you got the people over there watching, but it's not about them at that time. It's about you and the policeman coming to you, showing you that they have proof that this car is stolen. Even if they didn't have the proof coming to you, showing you that the car was stolen, I think my reaction would have been different. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come to you to say that the car was stolen in the first place.
She gave them. She was first shocked and said, "Here's my registration, here's my insurance, here's my driver's license." She gave them all that. That's why she went to the car and said, "Just give me my shit back." Because in her head, you guys just put this in the system. You see me, you just
Yeah.
want to do this to me. And that really makes it bad on the police department.
Well,
Um,
obviously, it
and
wasn't
the
me,
motor
though.
vehicle department, because all that could have been avoided. Why is your system? Her registration doesn't say registered as stolen. The DMV's records says it's stolen. So that
Um,
is the DMV error, which prompt the police to uh act in their manner, just regularly put, "Hey, miss, this
yeah,
car is stolen." They don't know. They're going by the information that's presented from the DMV. So neither one of them are. The police are not wrong, and she's not wrong. They're
yeah.
both not wrong.
But you know,
Okay,
you know
because
what
she
though?
had her legitimate information. She's an accountant, and that could have just stemmed from anger,
Yeah, it could have.
with the
She could have
police,
been.
period, because they are notorious for messing
Yeah,
with us in Connecticut. It's just
yeah.
so
She could
bad.
have already been had a bad day. You don't know. We really don't know because we wasn't there in her circumstances, in her shoes.
Well,
So
that's common in Connecticut. Our reaction to police officers in Connecticut, because they're
yeah,
very notorious for um, racial profiling. It's
yeah.
Connecticut has an extenuating history of racial profiling, and they still do to this day in all the towns. They're
My thing
terrible.
was that poor child that was in the car,
Yeah, the baby.
that baby. Seeing that,
Yeah.
hearing that, witnessing that, and no one is stopping to say, "Well, calm down and let me react differently." It's like you have to stop and think about it. If you got a child in the car, let me react a little bit differently. You know,
Right.
I think it could have been handled. It should have been handled a lot differently under the circumstances. You know, I just my heart just goes out to the child. It really,
Yeah,
really does.
that's pretty tough. That's Connecticut, and everybody knows. A lot of the states know about my state in Connecticut. That's whether you're dealing with law enforcement or the corporate world. It's disgusting racism, and they cover for each other so severely. and it's so bad. It's really that bad here,
Mm-hmm.
you know. And my heart goes out, but she did win that lawsuit case.
That's good. That's
She
good.
did. She
I
won.
hope she gets that poor baby. I hope that they put her in front of someone
Yeah,
that can
that's
help her.
scary.
Yeah, that baby's gonna hate police and think that police are the big boogeyman, and to a big part they are.
Yeah.
So
So
I hope they help that baby.
so that's one video, okay? And in terms of reading Buddha, I still feel that if we were trained, because Buddha does teach you techniques on how to respond to issues when you're dealing with racism and discrimination, how to respond to it. And if that was taught at a very early age in our community, I really think that we would respond to each other as a people differently. So
Yeah.
now the next video I'm going to show, it's not that
I
long.
think it's about
It's
compassion for each other.
yeah, compassion for each other. The next video is not that long, but here is a foreign guy in Connecticut again, motor vehicle department,
Oh Lord,
and he's African,
you and your state.
messing with an Aboriginal American Indian on the mainland who
Mm.
was trying to walk away from him, but he began calling him nigger. The security guard was trying to tell the African dude to back up and go ahead, but he still kept pursuing that American mainland North American Indian. So this is a real African
Mm.
bothering someone who looks like me. We're not all the same, and you're going to see the difference. We are not the same brown people, just like
Mm-mm.
all white people are not the same. So now here we go. Let's get this
Oh
one.
Lord, I'm gonna need it. I'm gonna need some therapy after you today.
I'm just telling you how it goes, and I know this dude too. Hang on. Here we go, y'all.
Which one is the African?
You know, continue to security. All I need is my
The African guy is the one in the brown.
Hey! Fuck, nigga. You see this shit, nigga? Are you ready? You ready, nigga? Huh? Who's ready, nigga? Who ready, nigga?
Oh no, the one.
Ready, nigga? You ready, nigga? You think I give a fuck, nigga? You ready? Are you ready? Nigga, fuck back, nigga. What, nigga? Huh? No. What? Give me the number. Where you at, nigga?
Let's clap his eyes all over.
Oh damn! Oh, look, the one hit a Twitter, and he's up. Okay.
So
Yeah.
that was an African approaching an American Indian from this soil, calling him names,
Mm.
and he was trying to walk away from him, and he wasn't ready for that. You cannot come to our country no more humiliating us. And I'm sorry, he had that coming. He was running up to him, the African dude, nigga, calling him nigga, nigga. They hate us. So this is why I say African American identity is going to disappear. We are not the same people. We're not. They hate us.
Yeah.
And as far as I'm concerned, he got what he deserved. You will stop running up on the real American Indians in America, on our land. We paved the way for you immigrants to come here. The only reason why you are here because of our fights for civilization. And when you run up on the wrong Pookie in the motor vehicle department, you're going to get what you get. I'm sorry, but I'm going to present it again because they need to understand that were no longer taking their bull crap. Trying to push them away. Okay, we're telling him to go. The guard is telling him to go.
Can I continue the numbers, please? Security, this is too much. All I need is my hat. I'm out of here, please. My hat. Hey!
Now he's trying to walk away.
Fuck, nigga. You see this shit, nigga?
Jay Sean.
Are you ready? You ready, nigga?
YK, y'all gotta stop.
Who's ready, nigga? Who ready, nigga? You ready, nigga? You ready, nigga? You think I give a fuck, nigga? You ready? Are you ready? Yo, back, nigga. What, nigga? Huh? What? Where you at, nigga? Oh my
God. That's the way that goes. So you cannot bother. You can't do that. He was trying to walk away, but he wanted to make a little African scene, forgetting he's not over in the woods in Africa running around with tigers, bears. Oh my. You're in American Indian soil. And that's the stuff you can't do when you pull up on our soil. For real. So to my colleagues across the state, senators and representatives, this is why I said that you cannot, we're working on removing the racial identity African American because right, just because I have brown skin, okay, it doesn't mean I'm from Africa or we're Africans. We are not. We don't know those people. However, they know to call us the name that's been called to us for years. Niga. We're hated. Hated race of people, which is why we're treated differently than all the other brown races. Okay? We're mainland Indians, and we want to be respected for who we are. That Indian tried to walk away from him to where he just couldn't take it. How much more can you take humiliation from people? You think you're an African king calling him nigga? We're not going to. The tolerance is very low when it comes to Pookies and Ray Rays. Me, I'll walk away and leave you there looking stupid until you touch me. Just don't even touch me like that.
Don't touch me.
That's when I'm going to flip on you. Because he was trying to walk away. He wasn't ready for that. You forgot. You might hate Pookie and Ray Ray, but they got a gift with their hands. They didn't really need weapons. But weapons were created because that's what they needed to maintain Pookie and Ray Ray. A weapon had to be created. It's called a gun. Otherwise, you're not taking Pookie or his land or nothing from him when it's just hand on hand. A weapon had to be created because they were that powerful. And they don't. Our people are now beginning to learn how powerful they were back in history before they went out of power because they were always good with their hands. The Civil War with Andrew Jackson. Okay, now this is the North. That's in Bridgeport, and I know this fella that knocked his butt out. I was born and raised in that very vicinity, motor vehicle in Bridgeport. When you're talking about the praying Indians from the North, dumber than niggas, Andrew Jackson marched with down south in the War of 1812. Just so you know, dumb than niggas, and he needed them. It wasn't a few white guys in the Civil War. It was a bunch of praying Indians from the North, and that would be us. Praying nigga Indians from the North that fought in the Civil War in the War of 1812. That's who Andrew Jackson had, that knockout guy. Yeah. So we're going to fix history. I don't know what Trump's vision is on history. He said history's lies. I'm speaking for myself. Yes, I do. And I don't want to call his name, but I will get him on the panel one day and have him explain what happened on his end, because I did see, almost said his name. I did see him try to walk away. So it is what it is. So my last video, okay, this is more about Buddhism, and he tried to walk away. He did. But the guy kept pursuing him. How long are you gonna take someone behind you in front of a bunch of people on motor vehicle just calling you a nigger, nigger, nigger? That shit goes back deep from the old Southern racial days. And that blood sometimes just can't take it.
Mm-hmm. I used to say the ancestors come out.
Right. This is why history needs to be taught properly, because with a knockout punch like that, there is no fucking way in the world that you're going to have white slave masters, okay, a husband and wife, and a bunch of him on the plantation getting whipped by whips. So we need to erase the story about white people using whips on niggas in the South, because just like they're rough here in the North, down South, it's just as rough with Negroes, with knockout guys, because down South, they always ate the most healthiest vegetables and fruits and meats to keep them healthy. And them brothers down South ain't no joke. And they are our brothers. They are my brothers and my family. I have family in the North and the South. It was just a horrible war, that Civil War, because we had relatives fighting on the Union side, and we had relatives fighting on the Confederate side. Them boys down South, and when you're talking about states like South Carolina, Tennessee, Texas, Oklahoma, Indiana, all states, them brothers ain't no damn joke.
Mm-mm.
And that's our families. So who do you think Andrew Jackson had to help him march down to the South during the Civil War, in the War 1812? He had a bunch of niggas like that with them knockout punches, and it was just horrible. And prior to that, the Northern Indians, okay, I'm only Northern Indian because I was born here in the North, but my roots are back to South Carolina. But prior to that, the Northern Indians and the Southern Indians did have a peace treaty amongst each other, and we did business and traded with each other. So that punch was coming, and that must have been a punch he'd been holding for a long time, because that was a fat African dude. He went on the floor with that second punch. He went down. That nigga's bigger than me. I lost a lot of weight since I've been in YouTube. I lost over like 40 pounds. And my daughter, she's like, Ma, yeah. But it is what it is. So when you're talking about history, we have to really rethink and erase the Roots movie, because that wasn't the nigga that came here on a slave ship. Sorry. That's an Indian from North America. We were just written out of history as a people because of our dark skin. All right. So the last video I'm going to show you, some of you probably already seen it, and it's with Terrence Howard coming out about Puffy's devious ass. Let's get it, y'all.
For weeks asking me to come and teach him how to, wanted me to be his acting coach for a while. Go there, and he's sitting around just looking. I'm like, okay, what's the material you want to work on? He's just looking at me. Then next thing you know, okay, hey, will you help me? I want to hear your music. So I come over there and I play the music, and he's sitting there just looking at me, like waiting.
Oh, wow.
Okay. So then my assistant was like, he wants to hang out with you next week. And I was like, for what? He's like, I think he's trying to fuck you.
Oh, shit.
My assistant said. And I was like, oh, okay. Now I get it. So now no more communication. Now you know to be hands
Look at him looking at you.
Coming to make the approach. And you threaten to punch them in the mouth, or threaten to knock their head off for talking to you or looking at you like you're a woman. When you approach a real man about his masculinity, you're going to get a real reaction back. It's a difference when a guy walks in a room and when a man walks into a room. And a man don't take the same things that a guy will accept. So always be the man in the room. And that's always been my whole thing, and have lost businesses because I don't bend over in that way. I don't compromise. I don't play gay roles. I don't kiss a man. I don't do that shit, because the man card means everything. And
no.
Puffy invited me for weeks, asking me to come and teach him how to, wanted me to be his acting coach for a while. Go there and he's sitting around just looking. I'm like, okay, what's the material you want to work on? He's just looking at me. Then next thing you know, okay, hey, will you help me? I want to hear your music. So I come over there and I play the music, and he's sitting there just looking at me. I'm waiting. Okay. So then my assistant was like, he wants to hang out with you next week. And I was like, for what? He's like, I think he's trying to fuck you. That's what my assistant said. And I was like, oh, okay. Now I get it. So now no more communication. Now you know to be hands off with somebody. A number of producers coming to make the approach, and you threaten to punch them in the mouth, or threaten to knock their head off for talking to you or looking at you like you're a woman. When you approach a real man about his masculinity, you're going to get a real reaction back. It's a difference when a guy walks in a room and when a man walks into a room. And a man don't take the same things that a guy will accept. So always be the man in the room. And that's always been my whole thing. And have lost businesses because I don't bend over in that way. I don't compromise. I don't play gay roles. I don't kiss a man. I don't do that shit because the man card means everything.
Okay. So I let it play twice. Okay. Whether that's for clout or not. Okay. It is what it is. But I feel him, what he's saying. He legitimately thought that Puffy really wanted him to have some little acting roles to teach him, give him, because Puffy really, he never made no movies. And to be asked to be trained by Terrence Howard, and Terrence Howard is an excellent actor, by the way. I loved him ever since Mr. Holland's Opus. But keeping on some real shit, I understand him when he says, don't look at me like I'm a woman. Because Terrence Howard is gorgeous as hell, all hell. And not to look at him as a woman. That's the same way I feel about women looking at me as though they're men and giving me eyes like a man would give me. I don't like that shit. I'm very uncomfortable and I don't like it. I can respect anybody's lifestyle, but I don't have to accept it. And that's what the LGBT community fails to understand. I can respect it. Okay. That's your choice. That's your life. But don't look at me like you're a man admiring me, because you're not a man in my eyes. All right. And I don't like women looking at me like that. I will not kiss women. I'm like him. Like he said, he don't kiss a man. I don't kiss no woman. I don't play that shit. I'm a woman. I have a firm attitude, but because I have a strong attitude doesn't mean that I'm bisexual or I like women. No, my father raised me to be strong like this so I could stand, because there's so many creeps in the 70s that are boomers that like messing with little girls. And my father raised me to be very strong and very vocal. And there's some senators and past governor in Hartford and Jews who told me to stay the way I am. So I was not molested as a child. Whatever was in me, they were afraid to. I know they wanted to, but they were afraid to, because I was that vocal ever since my father put me that way. And I think all men should do that for their daughters. I was very strong. And I could sense a funny acting man who wants to do something to a little girl. And I got that feeling from some of my mother's boyfriends, but I was mouthy. I would cuss them out real bad on the street because I knew what they would say to me, they shouldn't say to me. Like, ooh, look at you. You growing up, you shaped just like your mama. You shouldn't talk to me like that. I am 11 years old, but I didn't say those words. The words I said were very terrifying. I'm going to admit it. At 11 years old, I said, you old fucking bastard. I'm going to tell my father, you son of a bitch. That was me, 11 years old, speaking to a boomer. And they said, I'm going to tell your mom about your mom. Tell her, bitch. That's what I would say. That was me. So I was less likely to be molested. They knew you can't do that to me. And that's the way I raised my daughter. Same way. My daughter has never gave me a story of somebody trying to mess with her, because I don't play that. But y'all got it. What do y'all think about Howard's Terrence Howard. Brother Sanchez, hit the link because Brother Sanchez got a different twist. Brother Sanchez said he just a whole clout and something to that. There's the link, Brother Sanchez. Go ahead. And then we're gonna get to Buddha, back to Buddha and meditation. Sorry, Geesh, but I have to get through this portion of the program. We're gonna get to meditation. But go ahead, Sanchez. Hey, Superman. What's your thoughts on that 1-2 drop that you didn't expect?
Peace to the panel. Peace to the chat.
Peace, Brother Sanchez. I mean, Super.
What's your thoughts?
Entertainment.
Uh-oh. Here comes Sanchez. All right. Hold up, y'all. Brace yourself, because Brother Sanchez, y'all know that's my baby, and y'all better not bother him, because I'm going to clip you. Here he come. Hey, Sanchez.
What's up, y'all? Peace and love to everybody.
What's up, Sanchez?
Sanchez going to give you his twist and make you think. He gonna make
I was just watching something that Sanchez had did.
I didn't even know he did something how Terrence Howard yesterday. I went over to look at his channel a few minutes before I came live, and I said, damn, he got a thumbnail with Terrence Howard. But I don't think it was the same video. So, Brother Sanchez, I know I gave my opinion on the situation from a personal matter. What is your thoughts on Terrence Howard?
Well, I think Terrence Howard's message is powerful. I didn't play the video. I admit that. I was just dealing with the aspect of him coming out with it after so long. My video was mainly about Terrence is basically as part of the Me Too movement. Ain't nothing wrong with the Me Too movement. There are some
what's
predators.
the Me Too movement, Brother Sanchez? For
That's
folks that
when,
don't know.
okay, that's when it was started by Black women. Let me just say that. And basically, it's a movement that's based around if you were victimized in a sexual way by a predator of some sort, and you didn't say nothing about it then, but you wait years later and you don't really go to the law enforcement officers. You go write books and sell them. You go for clout or interviews, or a lot of guys would be very critical of those women. I remember they was calling me simps and all that, Sister Betty, because I was saying, you know, you just can't undermine these victims like that. We know that Puff Daddy is a creep. We got videos of Bill Cosby talking about, you know, the Kip Quaaludes. But my whole thing is you had a lot of Black guys, even with Diddy. They was saying, man, why Cassie coming out now and why she didn't go to the police? So on my show, I kind of stirred up the smoke. I was like, look, I saw a double standard with Black men on how they do with Black guys who victims versus Black women. And so Terrence can be a Me Too victim that come out after the fact. He didn't go to law enforcement or none of that. He's just doing it. He's on big interview platforms. I mean, it ain't happened, right? Or hurting Diddy. It would have helped if he would have done it before Diddy got locked up, because when I look back at the Diddy situation, Diddy's in jail because of Black women. It was Black men that was protecting Diddy and making it hard for these Black women who was trafficked to even come out and say anything. Shout out to Cassie, all the other ones. I would say that in a lot of these movements, when you're dealing with stuff like this, the Black guys will accuse the Black women for coming out with it late for clout, when it oftentimes is what they're doing. Now, I'm not saying that's what Terrence doing. My show was basically about is it hypocritical, and is Terrence agenda genuine? And my answer was no. I think Terrence Howard can be accused of some of the stuff we accused the Black women in the Me Too movement of. He just coming out for it and clout for and all that after the fact. Because if you want to talk about manhood, when something like that happened to you, you bring it up right then and there. In fact, it should have been known sooner if you're a man. You know, it's levels to being a man. And a real man don't keep nothing like that secret and let other men be victims. There were other young men that went into Diddy's, situation and they were approached and they were manipulated, and Terrence could have saved them. That's manhood. That's what men do. In my opinion, he didn't do enough but just talk about it years after the fact, after the people who really did all the work, who they got ridiculed for doing it. And people, black men was first reaction was kind of taken up for Diddy. And so I wanted to go into some psychology and make it just deeper than Terrence Howard viral moment and make it a community discussion on why Terrence Howard is a nothing burger right now. Diddy's in jail, man. You should have came out with that one when people was trying to get him in jail. It should have been a lot of black men supporting Cassie, supporting all of these other women. Why was black women scared to go to law enforcement officers? Because Diddy got an army, and guess who that army is made out of? Black men. And so we protect the monsters and victim blame, but Terrence Howard can just come out there, be a victim after the fact, do everything we went in on those women about, and he get claps and all. And I want to point that hypocrisy out on my joint. So that's what I did.
Okay, I feel you. That's deep, Brother Sanchez. That's deep. I must say it's deep looking from that perspective, because I would have never thought of it that way. Like you said, he had a lot of black men to protect him, and money is the root of all evil because they doing it for money. You getting paid to protect Puffy. So black men are going to do it because they're broke. On the other hand, when it comes to Terrence Howard coming out, I know for a fact that men are ashamed and embarrassed to come out and say what happened. Do you think a lot of men who are approached by other men are embarrassed? I tend to think that they're embarrassed. Like, man, I thought this dude was cool with me, man. Do you know he came on to me talking about he been in love with me for a long time? That's a hard thing for a man to do. What are your thoughts?
I think a lot of men are embarrassed, and I think the ones that are so embarrassed that they don't say nothing about it, I think they never say nothing about it. Me personally, I think they take it to the grave. I don't think they wake up one day and say, you know what? I want to tell my story about what Diddy did to me too.
That's
after
therapy.
The fact, years later on his fame, like, yeah, you know, just my opinion. I can be wrong, but you know.
No, there's I don't think any of us are wrong. Because I really understand you when it comes to the women not being protected by those men. And you hit a nail point there. I never would have thought of that. And that's interesting. But I do know that men that are raped by women, there's a lot of men that get raped by women and they hold it in. And their therapy is to tell it, to be on their mind, because sometimes that can gross a man out. It could gross them out and they're angry, but don't want to say anything because they're ashamed. Now, a lot of white men have held, oh shoot, Super fell off. I'm about to get to you, Super. A lot of white men have come out about men messing with them years, 30 and 40 years later. When it came to these Catholic priests and them going away to Cub Scout camps and stuff, that tortured the minds of a lot of white men. And they finally came out because it was therapy. I mean, I can imagine my son holding that in, and I'm sending him to camp every summer, and this is what's happening to him. And then I'm a parent. I find this out 30 years later. Oh my God, my baby has been touched all this time. And I'm thinking, they're safe because they're with the Catholic priests, and it's just devastating. So men do hold it in for that. Shows you the difference between men and women. Men hold it in because they're ashamed.
Yeah,
but so that's why I'm looking at Terrence Howard, because he already got a strike against him. Terrence Howard already have a strike against him because he's this light-skinned guy. You know, light-skinned men was the thing prior to the 80s. Prior to the 80s. Oh my goodness, this little rat.
You said light skinned guy.
Prior to the 80s, that was the thing. And he got these beautiful eyes. He got these beautiful eyes, and he's a very handsome man. And to be looked differently from a man, from another man that's popular, puffy, that really kind of hurts your feelings as someone who you think really want you to give him some acting lessons. And the therapy is to get it out of you. Stop holding it in. And he got it out. Maybe, you know, I don't know. Maybe it's what you said, Sanchez, clout. But I looked in his eyes when he was speaking. I look at body language, and I saw the anger and disgust in him because he really thought that he had somebody he could teach how to act. Coming from Puffy, anybody could have asked him for acting lessons. And he probably thought that it was till his manager had to come out and tell him, Terrence, this man is attracted to you. Or, you know, that's hurtful.
I had a weird interaction with him.
With who?
Okay, so I was in LA. Okay, we're gonna talk about Terrence Howard. So I was like 22. I was going to do the Pan African Film Festival, the event there. I was walking across the street. Now I was dressed because I was coming from Detroit, so I had all these coats on, and it was hot as heck there in like February, right? But I'm not used to that. So I see Terrence Howard out the corner, like on the side. He's parked in the car, and Terrence Howard watched me walk from one end of the street to the other. He was just staring at me. And I'm like, oh, there go Terrence Howard. And then I looked again. He's still staring at me walking across the street. I don't know why he was staring at me walking across the street. I don't know why he was looking. Maybe because I was dressed. I looked hot as heck with a big old coat on and stuff like that because I come from Detroit to California to do a festival. But that man watched me walk from one end of the street to the other. And then I started hearing rumors about Terrence Howard.
Uh-oh.
Y'all give me a 1 if y'all believe King Kaz. Give me a 2 if he's lying.
I'm not going, as many jokes as we make about this stuff, I wouldn't even want to bring it up. But I'm just saying, because they came out with rumors about him later, which might be false, but he did watch me. I felt uncomfortable. I'm just saying, why are you watching the man walk a young man? I was a young man at the time. I was 22. Why are you watching me walk across the street and just watching me? Why you doing?
Was you switching?
No, I wasn't switching. Y'all be thinking all light-skinned dudes are soft.
I don't know. I did not say that. I did not say that. But okay, King Kaz, I'm sorry. I just can't believe that of all people, Terrence Howard was watching you cross the street. I don't think so.
I don't want the man to watch. I didn't want it to happen. You know what I'm saying? The man was just looking. I looked again, and he was just still looking at me across the street. And at this time, the Pan African American Film Festival, everybody there. Like I met Paul Mooney. Paul Mooney didn't do nothing. He ain't act weird, but I heard he act weird with Corey.
Okay, was he looking at you in a way where he was lusting, or he was just looking at you? Maybe he thought you was a familiar person that he knew.
I mean, he could have, man, because he was in the car. But say something or something, bro. Like, don't watch. Like, I can't say if he lusted. It was just a deep stare. Like, you just staring, watching somebody walk across. Like, why are you staring that deep?
Bro, Sanchez, do you believe King Kaz?
I think that it's kind of one of those things where it's I don't know what to think, but I know if he making up something like that, then that boy's skill. You know what I'm saying? That'll be kind of hard to freestyle off the top, but I don't know, man. Listen, I'll say this. I wouldn't put it past Terrence. I wouldn't put it past Terrence.
Sanchez?
It was rumors about Terrence.
I wouldn't put it past.
Wait. I gotta hear Bro Sanchez, because Bro Sanchez did a couple of videos on Terrence Howard, but it wasn't pertaining to this. It was more so with the 1 + 1 = 3 or whatever.
Yeah.
Do you see that in him, Sanchez?
Well, my thing is, I've always generalized or stereotyped people in Hollywood. And maybe that ain't a good thing, but I gotta be fair in my stereotypes of Hollywood people. And so I can't let Terrence off the hook. I always got to say, if you in Hollywood, that's Holly weird. They call it on the West Coast, Holly weird.
Yeah,
right?
weird.
And what's that strong black dude name that played the gay roles? He was lusting
Big
about
Rain.
or he one of them. It's another one. He was in the Friday movie. Cat
Oh,
Williams.
you talk about he played on Everybody Hates Chris.
Yeah, and he was he came out. He came out with a Me Too talking about with his big ass.
Terry Crews.
Yeah, Terry Crews.
Man.
Are you serious?
I'm saying like cats like him will come out with some Me Too crap, but it be like sometime I think they be mad at they zaddy because how long it took you to come out with it, and you've been in Hollywood this long acting like you just found out how they get down. That's like Terrence Howard, right? If I knew the type person P. Diddy was, how Terrence Howard didn't know that, and he's in Hollywood? How do fans know more than him?
Yeah, because you were at the party, you were around the people. Y'all know that Terrence Howard said other people came at him. He didn't mention their name. Remember, they mentioned
that came after him.
They came after him. He said he was about to fight a couple people. Listen to the interview, but he doesn't mention their name because how powerful are these people? Can these people sue you? You know, Puffy in jail right now, so everybody's exposed. You know, coming out about it. But what about the other people that he didn't mention that he said other people came at him?
Other actors,
other producers that are trying to give them roles.
Oh, I can just imagine who they are, and I won't say their name either.
Now we know you can get sued too. Like if you're not in the case with Puffy right now, like and you just say somebody came, I guess people can legally sue you. You know what I'm saying? And blackball them.
Yeah, that's crazy because it goes back to one point I'll make, and I'll fall back. When a lot of paperwork came back recently from Diddy, the YouTuber Drewski was on one of them papers, but somebody real weird was on one, and that was Jaguar Wright. And I'm like, man, the one been going against Diddy. So sometime, I don't know, man, you know, I'm just saying it's weird in these industries. I don't know what's what, and I'm gonna leave that there.
Well, it seems that Jay-Z got out of that quick.
Oh yeah, Jay-Z up out of that. He like,
hell yeah. Hell yeah.
But I can't picture him like that anyway. I'm just sorry. I'm sorry. I just don't.
I hope Jazzo tried to, you know, because Jazzo was his mentor, but Jazzo tried to like he be hanging with them type of people. But because you doing business don't necessarily mean that, you know what I'm saying, you could be in that situation. Like,
that's right. What it is everybody that be in these industries who are exerting this manly energy that Terrence Howard said he had, they were very vocal about the industry and didn't care who feelings got hurt. So I'm saying a lot of people even been rapping about the flamboyant guys and they raps, the gangster guys have always joked on some of the weird stuff. Like, and that's how I know, okay, this dude right here, a real one right here. Because if he was one of them, he wouldn't want to be he wouldn't even be able to rap against it like that. You know what I'm saying? But my whole thing be a lot of guys that in the industry, like they know what's going on, but they're not vocal about it until it's a viral time in America. Like right now, Diddy's popping. It's trendy, it's viral. He didn't come out with it when it was not popular. When the chicks was coming out with it, it wasn't popular. Everybody loved Diddy. The whole world was going against the victims. Now these guys want to be part, like I'm going to say this and I'll land my plane. I think a lot of black men go in on black women because they want to do some of the stuff that they accusing them of doing. They want to do it. You know what I'm saying? They want to have their own Me Too movement. They want to be a victim after the fact for clout. But when they see a black woman do it, they call it out and they be strict on it too. They was even defending R. Kelly, even though we got tapes.
Oh, they got a whole group. It's a group of men on Facebook, man. They love R. Kelly in that group.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Hey, Superman. I'm sorry. What's up, bro? What are your thoughts?
Oh, Superman was at the
Oh,
party.
I had a phone call on the Terrence Howard thing.
Well, Terrence Howard, the first video with the black girl in Connecticut, and then the Pookie in motor vehicle in Connecticut. All three of them.
Yeah, but I think Terrence Howard is it's play. It's an entertainment because he put himself. He gave himself plausible deniability. Right? He never said anything about Diddy doing anything to him. His assistant told him, "I think he wants to fuck you."
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, no more communication. Right? Plausible deniability. Never had assault. Never just, maybe a dirty look.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
You know what I'm saying? So it's a play. It's all entertainment. That's just what I see.
But sometimes, and Brother Sanchez, you can correct me if I'm wrong. Sometimes men are from Mars, right? Sometimes men don't detect another man being attracted to him. If
Since
somebody,
when?
I think they're a little slow.
Oh no, if they ignore it, then they probably welcome it. Or they act like they don't know what's going on, they probably welcome it.
You think so?
Oh, I know so.
Well, Super, when you tried to get that role in that one movie and that producer, you know what I'm saying, he came at you and stuff like that, man. How did you handle that, brother?
Where is Brother Sanchez? Bro, you're not intelligent enough for me to have a conversation with. Stop talking to me.
Why? Hey, no, be the same Super you always be, man. Hey, me and Super be joking, man. So.
Salutes to y'all. Yeah, I'm here.
So Sanchez, I want to hear more of this, and I hope you bring it up. Are you going live today? Because I got people subscribing to you, because Sanchez don't always talk about Hollywood stuff. He talks about, he's a flat earther. I am too, by the way. And he talks about a lot of very interesting things.
That's why I want to ask Brother Sanchez. You'll know if somebody trying to hit on you, right? I mean, it would be.
Well, the thing that I know about Puff Daddy, because this is stuff that you know because you're a hip hop head. Ever since a child, I had a dream to be in the music industry. So studying the Suge Knights, the Puff Daddies, the Master P's, you tend to know who's who. If you study just the music industry, you ain't got to be in it to know these secrets. But just to say this, right? What I know about Puff Daddy is that when he make a pass at a man or a woman, he's one of those aggressive guys, like how he was doing with Meek Mill in the pool, Daddy, and he's like how he was doing Fabulous on that.
Yeah, Fabulous on Drink Chat, and that other dude that was on there that he was chasing.
Yeah. Right. So the way that Puff Daddy make a pass, is very obvious. He ain't gonna leave it up for you're gonna know he's hitting on you. You know, that's what I've seen basically with him.
So he didn't come to Terrence Howard in that manner. So he wasn't able to detect it, but his producer was.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I'm saying.
But I can say,
don't know. If you don't come on to him aggressive like Puffy, it's really hard to tell if another man is in love you. Men have a hard time detecting if another man is coming on to him, because he's just seeing him as, okay, Puff, he want me to train him in some acting, and that's it. Now, I'm sure he already know Puffy's lifestyle, but that's not the way Puffy came to him. And you know, you don't hear Puffy asking any other movie stars to give them some, you know, acting trainings. You know, they want to do it in silence. You know what I'm saying? So that's why in the way Terrence respond, let the world know, look, I am a man, basically, you know, and I know he meant that on some real shit. That's why it's easy for a woman to detect both a funny woman and uh a gay man who is even on the down low or straight. We as women, we can detect that. It's like we have internal radar. We automatically know when a guy likes another guy, whether
I
they're
think I can tell
masculine.
either way. If a woman is attracted to me or if it's a man trying to, you know. But I got a question. Were they alone? Like when he was asking about the music,
Yeah, they were
was it?
alone, bro.
It
I
was
don't
just
think
him.
so. Because how was he alone if his producer was able to steer his manager was there? You can't be alone without your manager doing business. You can't.
I thought
So
he set up the meeting and stuff, like, you know, Puffy wanna, you know what I'm saying, get at you with
What I'm
the
saying is Puffy. I'm pretty sure like women and other artists and shit around. Like if they were just alone, that would have been so overt. Like I'd have just knew. Like you know what I'm saying? I don't know.
no, they wasn't alone. Terrence Howard's manager was with him because the negotiation, you can't do business with anybody without your manager. That's in the contract. So the manager was there. Now, and watching the communication, the manager probably detected it because he said he was the manager was probably like he was watching Puffy's body language, and Puffy was like really spaced out when Terrence is talking. You're admiring him.
But
So,
Terrence
I
was
mean,
Terrence was staring at me. Like I can say the same thing. I'm walking across the street and Terrence, his eyes follow me as I walked across the street.
you know what? I hope Bap ain't listening to this. He gonna get you tomorrow.
Superman
Because
go, you already know
Terrence Howard
Superman
was
gonna
not
tell him.
staring at you. You
Yeah, he
know,
was. Look, they what's the name? What Corey Holcomb talked about when what's the comedian that passed name? Oh man, what is that dude name? When he
I'm
tried to hit
done
on
with
him.
him.
Like Hollywood is out there. Hollywood is wild. When we did the Pan African Film Festival, matter of fact, the dude the dude that played Lil Cuba Gooding Jr. in Boys in the Hood. Because
Yeah.
they would all come to the table, people buy jewelry and everything. You know, Wesley Snipes bought a lot of stuff. You always come to the table. The little dude, we was asking why he ain't like acting. He was still like doing plays and stuff. But he said his family had to pull him out because all the weird stuff that was going on in Hollywood. And he name dropped a couple of actors that slept on that casting couch. The actors that had already
I
been
don't
outed.
know. I don't know about all that, but Bro Sanchez, I know you said that you can detect if a man is say like your homeboy, right? And you boys, and he's just like you. As a matter of fact, they think y'all brothers. Would you say you could detect if a man is attracted to you, even if they look roughneck like somebody in the world who you would never think is that way?
I'm not saying I can detect it. Like I'm gonna give Terrence Howard some leeway because if Diddy ain't doing him how he was doing Fabulous and Meek Mills, if Diddy may had another approach to that. Diddy may have said, hey, I can't do Terrence how I do the other ones, you know. Let me kind of go be a little easy on him. So if that was what happened, then Terrence probably, yeah, you gotta go with what he's saying. And that's a possibility. So yeah, I mean, the whole thing is it ain't really obvious all the time. So I was just sitting here thinking about that. And yeah, Terrence Howard, you know, I can give him a benefit of the doubt. I can give him benefit of the doubt. But that's why my whole show was what's his agenda of coming out with it. Now, that was the narrative around my show, basically, like why now though, you know.
But
Because
yeah, and
I really
why he gonna talk about him, but not out the other people that he mentioned? He mentioned that other people where he had to damn near get into fights with other people about that, but he didn't mention their name, but he mentioned a Puffy name, which that's what I you know.
Well,
I don't know.
that's the one who probably came after him. The only one who came after him, and his manager detected. I mean, because I'm putting a picture in my head. You're talking this whole time and explaining to Puffy, I'm Terrence Howard, and I'm talking like I am now and explaining you. And instead of you listening to what I'm saying, you're sitting back admiring me as though I'm a woman. I can imagine that. And that's just like so. And then you think back and think about it after your manager told you that, and you're laying down on your bed at night. You think that is very upsetting because it's like you were talking, explaining for nothing. And this man really doesn't want you to teach him acting. He just wants to see if he could get you in the bed like he did the others because he got this infatuation for you. So I really feel him being pissed off because he really thought he was going to be able to train him. So yeah, that's very upsetting.
But
I don't know. I rock with Terrence and say, no, he ain't that way.
And the reason I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt too is because he's if it's true that he stopped working with him ever since then, and that's another thing that kind of makes it believable as far as that. But that's why I made my show from a different angle and was kind of looking at the double standards between black men and black women in these, especially in these red pill spaces.
I think you're on the right trail questioning his motive of coming out with this new. I think you're on the right trail with that question. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, y'all subscribe to Brother Sanchez now because we're going live Thursday to talk about something else. Oh, I don't know. I forgot what it was, but please subscribe to Brother Sanchez. I know most of y'all are probably, but my colleagues, like I said, he only doesn't talk about Hollywood. He talks about some really, really interesting stuff as it pertains to NASA and everything. So I'm asking y'all to please subscribe to him. So,
Hey,
and I'm about, yeah, you good.
Huh?
No, Sanchez, I was about to ask you a question. Did you ever talk about, remember we talked about that Soul Phone project? Did you ever talk about that on your show?
Not yet. Not since then. The Soul Phone, nah.
Yeah. I don't know if you got an email or something, man. Send you some information and stuff.
Talk to Bro Sanchez at Gmail.
Oh, it's right there.
I know that by heart. I'm gonna put this up.
I just screenshotted it.
Yeah, subscribe.
But the Soul Phone is interesting though, man. I mean,
yeah, I stumbled on that, man, and they got it all set up out there at was it University? Yeah, University of Arizona. And it's based off of Tesla's and Edison's previous invention. Because they calling it that, but it was based on Tesla's and Edison's previous invention. Like Tesla and Edison stole it from Tesla.
King Cass,
and that's what it's working on.
You taking my show off the wrong.
My bad.
So what I was talking about, and I want y'all to please subscribe his Brother Sanchez, his link to his directly to his channel was in the chat. Please subscribe because I transfer my audience, redirect my audience all the time to Brother Sanchez lives. So Thursday, me and Brother Sanchez going live, and my whole audience will be over there. Secondly, we talked about, here's what I think, and this is my personal opinion, but our families were handed the Bible to make a way of life for our families. I don't think was a good book. I feel that personally, that if we raise our children, if we were looking to move away from spirituality or forced or whatever, I think that if we were raised under Buddhist teachings, our children and men would react to each other differently today.
Well, I would say Eastern teachings in general, because remember, the Buddhist teachings come out of, the previous teachings in the Indian subcontinent and stuff like that.
Well, I know that Buddha is older than the Bible and older than Islam. Not a coincidence. I think Buddha is. I think it's I like Buddhism because in Christian churches, that shouting and trying to teach our men how to shout and making them feminine, playing tangerines and the organs and things like that, that had a horrible effect on our communities.
You don't want no tambourine playing, man, Sister
I know.
Betty?
No,
But-
I just think that it brought
Shut
on,
up,
I think it took out the masculinity in a lot of our men. I think that's what the King James Version Bible did. It also made the men feel very much more superior to women. It is nothing equal about the Bible. The woman is just what?
Books cannot be good or bad. Only people can.
Well, I understand that, but what I'm saying is the teachings. It's a different. The church, the Christian Bible is totally different from Buddhist teachings. Now, I know that there are some similar stories based on what I'm reading, but the actual teaching of it doesn't teach division. The Bible is division. It teaches hatred. It does. Buddhism doesn't teach hatred. The Bible teaches Jacob have I loved, Esau have I hated. So God hates. And they teach you that Esau was a white guy and Jacob was a black guy. So there's hate. Buddhism teaches you how to admit to your wrong. It teaches you how to deal with a bad situation. It teaches you to transfer very negative energy into something else. And I think I just feel that if our men and women were raised with this kind of education as far as dealing with each other, we'll have better communities and our men would know how to deal with each other better. Now, you know, when you go on Smoke's channel and Bap's channel, it turns out into a horrible fight after having such a great conversation. And then when one person is not susceptible to another person's ideology or answer, that's when the threatening comes. We begin to F you, nigga, F you. I show up, I'll pull up to your house. But in Buddhism, when you get like that, it teaches you to transfer that energy. And it teaches you an option. Look, transfer that energy. And they gave a great example, transferring into something like an ant or something before you respond. And I like this. This has no shouting in it. You don't have to go up to the pastor and get prayed for and pour oil on your head and all those crazy rituals, drinking, eating a cracker, drinking wine, baptism and all that other stuff. That's not in here. So I think, and our men left the Christian churches. They're leaving the Christian churches in the droves because they're finding out so many things. The Christian church is no different than going to a nightclub. You got the men competing with the women and singing, and it's just not. There's no spiritual feeling when you go in there. It's bad energy.
You never felt like
no, I never felt anything
Shut up,
positive. No,
I'm
felt
having a conversation with Sister Beth.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
I never felt anything. I never felt anything holy or connecting with this God and these pictures of all my life. They show these pictures of this white guy who saves everybody.
That's how I was with. That's how I was with.
No, he's not. No, we're having a conversation.
Yeah,
Let me
that's
ask you
how
a
I was
question.
when I went to church, Sister Bethy.
Are you equating church with Christianity? Are you saying that they're one and the same?
Yes.
Well,
it's not Sister
when
Bethy.
I said when I go to church, it's a Christian church. I didn't go to other churches. I tried Hebrew Israelite. That sucked. That was horrible. But it's Christianity, period, point blank. Buddhism is not Christianity. It's a lecturing and guidance on to find your inner self. It speaks about a lot of different things. This is just a small book. I'm going for the gusto in this. And we have Copper, who's been in it for over 35 years. So she have years of experience in Buddhism. And I do know that based on our research and history with our ancestors, we were not Christians, we were spiritual people. So this connects a lot with how our ancestors really act. But when Europeans came over here, the way we lived and our lifestyle and way of life and our belief was, we were told that it's bad, it's superstitious, it's devil stuff, all this stuff by foreigners that came here. So now you wiped us out, okay? And the way to get wiped out from your past is to go to their Christian church and get baptized and forget your past. Nothing from the past will be the same. So at that point, that is when our ancestors washed away our history and the way that we lived. And now you're a Christian, so now you're not passing down the Indian culture. So I got a problem with that. And there's a way to get it back. And this is it, because this is the oldest and the closest thing to the way our ancestors originally worshipped and stuff. I could never connect with Christianity. And I'm not going to, because it's not for me. It does nothing for me. It makes me sad and depressed, if anything. That's been my experience. And the Holy Ghost and falling out, I don't believe in none of that. I can't believe in it. I know it's not real, because as a little girl, I seen the pastor put his hand on somebody's head and they fall on the ground, and then they on the ground just laying there for like a good 15 minutes, and I see them open up one eye while they laying down, and then they close it back. I done caught you. So all that I can't get with. And then the shouting and talking in tongues, okay, that's fake. It's not a language. And then you got somebody in the church only, and they tell you when you're little, oh, the only person that can understand her talking in tongue is God. Okay, so now why do you have an interpreter? How come she's the only one in the church that know what this lady's saying that's talking in tongue? Oh, she got the gift of interpreting the interpreter. Who gave her the gift and the power? Pastor such and such ordained her. Get the hell out of here. I'm done. I can't do it. I don't like anyone playing tricks on my mind. I have a problem with that. And I'm going to show you differently. But y'all got it. Y'all could give y'all's opinion.
Sister Bethy, do you know it was another version of Christianity that was suppressed by what we call like the modern day church, like the Catholic Church and all that? But it was another version of Christianity that was suppressed that actually believed that Jehovah was the demiurge. He was a negative God instead of like positive. Have you ever heard of them?
No, but I do know at this age, 58, I want nothing to do with Christianity. I actually am so glad that my mother always told me, because she couldn't get me to listen in any of them churches. She couldn't either. She always told me that I was different and I see things that other people don't see. And she said, I'm not going to force you. You're different. Because I was different of all her children.
Sister Betty, have you read the Bible?
I read the Bible like 5 times. I used to read it in the kitchen with my mother. Even when I was in my 30s, we would get up routinely in the morning at 6 a.m. and read scripture. And I tried. So
did you understand?
I knew. Yes, very good. I'm very good with interpreting. I understood all the metaphors in the Bible. I gave her information. And my mother been reading the Bible forever. And she gonna die with that Bible. But I was able to interpret a lot of things and show her. Like when I was a little girl, they literally believed what it was, what they was reading for what it was. Like, don't drink from the tree in the midst of the garden. The tree is an actual individual. The tree is an individual. It's not a literal tree as a tree. And fruit, I had to show my mother that, Mom, they're not talking about a real tree. This is a person that God is telling you to stay the fuck away from. Now, when you talk about don't eat the fruit in the midst of the garden, I said, first of all, Mom, they didn't say eat an apple. Little Europeans talking about an apple. Ain't no damn apple. It said the forbidden fruit. The fruit is words, rhetoric. Don't believe. I'm put it in hood language. Don't believe shit this mother effer is telling you in the garden. That's the fruit. Because fruit is something that's sweet and you can digest it and it tastes good and it sounds good. Those are the words that somebody speak. So I know the Bible very well. Okay. So, and I
So
was
it's the
able to.
cultural practices that actually goes on in the church that you have an issue with.
No, I don't like it, period. Point blank. It does nothing for me, literally. This is
Superman,
the
you gotta
first
understand when she fixed on
religious,
something,
this is
she
the first religious book.
That's why I'm trying to understand what, like, you know.
I read the Bible a lot. I read a lot. That's what I do. I'm like this consoled person to her room. Okay. And I do a lot of reading and research. I mastered the art of research and writing. I did. And I can read and interpret metaphors and similes. I'm telling
I
you,
really like that you into
that is
Buddhism.
not
I really like that.
that is not for me. And what I'm looking at here, and what my mom says, I thank whoever, because right now I'm reading Buddha, that I was not able to be indoctrinated. I was not one who was indoctrinated. Couldn't get me indoctrinated. And there's a
But
lot of memes out there that just couldn't be indoctrinated in these Christian churches.
but
That
Sister Betty, I don't think Buddhism is about bashing Christianity.
I didn't
I
say it
think
was. I never said that.
no. I'm saying
Why would
uh
you say that? I never mentioned Buddhism was about bashing Christianity. All I said is this is the first book of belief that I picked up that I can ingest. Now, I'm not saying this is the only, but in my life, and I'm older than you by a few years, this is the first religious book or way of life that I picked up that I can very much relate to and make sense to me more so than the Bible. I would never push the Bible on my children or grandchildren.
Are you almost finished with the book, or you still?
I'm reading it live, so we're on today. We're doing after this, we're going into meditation because that's one thing in Christianity I never learned. I never learned how to pray. I never learned how to pray. But here, meditation. I take meditation. I know meditation, but I'm sharing it with the audience. I don't read it already.
And the
I'm
health
sharing it with
benefits
the
of
audience.
meditation.
I like meditation over prayer. I don't need to beg somebody for something. I can meditate and manifest it because I'm learning that this God that I have powers too. But Europeans came over here and taught us that we're not the gods and we don't have these powers. And I'm learning that we do. Manifestation, you can manifest anything. So I don't believe it. This is how all their corporate jobs are structured. Like the CEO is the God. Well, I think I'm equal with him. I don't give a fuck if you are rich. I'm gonna do the work in your company, but I'm not gonna lick your ass. That's not happening. And that's how I am at my job. I don't praise and worship people because they're so high up and have a lot of money in positions. No. Because then what does that say about me? No.
I'll be back, y'all. Give me a minute.
You're not taking my power away from me. I'm restoring my power. I'm manifesting it back. You're only famous or respected in the corporate world because you have a lot of money. But that does just because you have a lot of money doesn't make you better to me. It only makes you. It only shows me that you're living better in the United States than I am. But I just believe that there's more power than this just being rich with green dollar bills. I think there's something more powerful in us, and we have not studied our bodies and our abilities. And that's the problem with us. I believe that if we study our bodies and our abilities, we'll learn that we have so much power. But right now, we always think that there's somebody else that's going to deliver to us when we're the deliverers, but we just don't study our internal abilities. We got to stop taking their medicine, which I personally feel that is something that temporarily blocks our real powers. And we have to get these vaccines to keep it down. I see another side of us as a people, and I'm sorry, but y'all got it. I don't know. What are your thoughts, Brother Sanchez? You went through church, and what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think that Buddhism would be a better option than Christianity, because Buddhism was basically centered around self-mastery versus fear tactics and a sky daddy that's mad at you. He gonna beat you up if you don't do right. And you can do wrong long as you do it in his name for him, no. And it's so much just, the Bible was never meant to create good people. It was meant to create good sheeple. So the Buddhists really was about self-mastery. Even if you go to the parts of the world today that still practice Buddhism, they have more discipline than all of the Christian lands.
Facts.
So,
Yep.
And that's why I prefer reading this book. It was introduced to me, and I prefer reading it because of discipline. That is something that our communities lack heavily, is discipline. We need discipline as a people, as a specific people. Every other culture can come together and work together, but ours, and that's not good. It's not good.
I believe Buddhism, just to piggyback on that, Buddhism achieves discipline because it don't have an out for wrongdoings. So in Buddhism, if you do wrong, ain't nobody out there that's gonna pay the price for that evil. It's taught in Buddhism that karma is gonna ain't nothing you can do. You can't undo it. You got to get your universal karma and pay your. It's got to happen to you if you did it. You get what you put out. So if that's why in Buddhism, when they grow up learning that, they're very slow to be, partaking the kind of stuff that we partake on, because our stuff tell us, hey, just ask for forgiveness, man. So when you have self-accountability and where you're gonna be punished for what you did wrong, and it ain't nothing you can do about it. That's like if I do a crime, I can't beg the police not to take me to jail. They're gonna say, I like you, man, but I gotta do my job. You're going to jail, sir. You might as well be quiet. Ain't nothing you can do about it.
That's called cause and effect.
No, Buddhism, I don't think it's a religion. I don't. I think it's a way of life, but I don't think it's a religion.
It's not a religion because it's not a belief system. You're right.
Right. It's getting the individual to work on him and herself. And that comes from, and we already read the first few chapters admitting to your wrong, because and you have to be a person also, if you're in Buddhism, to believe in the next life, that you come back. See, I believe we come back. I believe in reincarnation, only because you have a man and woman making babies every day. There's no new man and no new women. It's the same bloodlines being passed down over and over again from the same people that's on the soil, no matter where you are. So I believe we do come back. I don't believe that we just die and that's it. And I really, I don't think that's the end of it, because if you're looking at things from a natural perspective, everything comes back. The trees never go, the flowers, the ants, the bugs, they come back. They never stop. So if we're made from the soil and we're part of the universe, we have to come back as well. But we're the ones that are out of order. Everything else is in order. The plants, the storms, the water, whatever is supposed to happen has happened. We are the only species, may I say, that is out of order. We don't do things orderly. And in Buddhism, it teaches you discipline. And I think our community has a lot of work to do. We are a community that's severely divided, and we've been divided by foreigners because they keep bringing their ideologies to us, and we keep accepting them. and forgetting about who we really are. That's why I show those 3 separate videos to expose our behaviors. You know, I'm not saying all of us act like that, but it's difficult to try and pull our people together because we're so divided and we're under different beliefs. We're not running on what we used to believe, but slowly our people are waking up, because the first thing we have to do is acknowledge who we are and acknowledge who they made us to be. There's a difference to who we actually are here on this North American landmass than who they said we are. There are people who literally labeled us, and it's bad. It's very bad, and we're working on transitioning our people, but they're waking up. Our people are waking up. They're now saying all over the world, our states are saying, hey, we're really not Africans. We really didn't come here, because they're seeing the stories don't add up and they don't make sense. Who told you that? No one in our families ever told us that we came here on slave ships. We only saw that in movies. We know that they taught brown skin was bad and light skin is good. So the light skinned ones, we're going to make them the Indians. But the dark skinned ones, no, they're not Indians. They're dirty slaves. We are the Indians that were enslaved and wrote out of history. They dismantle us. That's a fact. They dismantle all the tribes here with the help of our own people. When they took on Christianity, our people forgot about everything. So that was the divide right there.
Yeah,
And
that's fact.
they don't realize that what they did, what they allowed foreigners to do to us. The Bible is foreign to the Americas. That book was brought here. So I'm standing on who I am, and we're going to make the racial identity African American disappear. There's no such thing as an African American. You're either African and you came in America. And we're going to make that racial identity disappear, because there's no white person, no foreign person that will walk up to you and say, you are from Africa. How do you know? They don't do that. It's not white people, period, fighting us, telling us you're African American. It's not that. It's not them. It's people that look like us that are running around in YouTube telling us that we're African American.
Mm-hmm.
It's not white people. White people do not jump on our YouTube panels, and no panel telling us you are African American. If anything, people from other cultures, from other countries like Pakistan, Iranistan, Asian countries, they know who we are. They know about our history, and they come over here. That's why they always ask for us, because a lot of them think that we're still in power here until they get here and see something happened. They're not in power. So now they learn, okay. And when you talk to them, they say, you're the originals of this land, aren't you? And I'll say, yeah, but they know we're not in power. They know what happened. They know more about our goddamn history than us, because we've been so indoctrinated. Now, it's not like because we want to start a war and demand our race identity back. No, we just want to fix our history instead of teaching our children what other people teach about our history. We know our history, and we know what happened to our grandparents and back in the 1800s and 1700s. We know what happened to them. So
salute, Sister Betty.
I'm just saying what I'm saying, and it's not to be racial, because I love all people. If they had handed our people back in the 70s the book Buddha teachings, we'd be all right today. You know why? Because back in the 70s, we all loved Asian culture. We were wearing their karate shoes. I don't think you were born, Brother Sanchez. But in the 70s, we wore karate shoes, karate suits. There's not one person that looks like me that hated Bruce Lee. We all love Bruce Lee. We were going to that matinee to see Bruce Lee. We wore their clothes. We even wore their karate suits to school. So we loved Asian culture. And Asians come over here to college, and they're prepped and said this. We're the only race of people here in the United States. Okay, us a specific race of people. Foreigners are prompt to hate us when they come over here. They're told a bad story about us from Europeans, whether they're black Europeans or white Europeans. They're told a horrible story about us. But when Asians and other people from other countries and cultures, including India, come over here and they have conversations with us, they see a whole different side and see it was a lie. And when they go back home and spring break and say, Mom, Dad, they lied about these people that they took the land from. They're not like what they say. These people are nice. They let me come over their house. They cooked me food. They lied. So I'm sorry. I just can't. I can't do it anymore. And somebody has to take a stand. Now that Trump put the education departments back on the states, now it's time to fight. Because each individual state is responsible for the lies taught in our history. So we're going after the Smithsonians. We're going after all these museums for putting a racial identity on people who never claimed to be Africans from Africa. Martin Luther King, nobody in his family ever said they were Africans. And that's a fact. They're not Africans, they're Indians. Nobody ever said that they were Africans. On all these famous black people that they have in these museums, and you call them African Americans, none of them ever mentioned to be Africans. Even in the old war records that I pulled, thousands of them, no one's listed as an African. If they were African, the United States government, army, and law enforcement, they would have put them down as Africans, but they were put down as coloreds because when they first came here, they saw the copper-colored races. We are all different shades of brown. If you look at me, I am not black. I am Indian red. Look up an Indian red crayon. So I teach that. I'm standing it. That's my lane over here. Genealogy, lecturing on our history, the truth. Not to start a war, but to stop these foreigners from coming over here trying to teach our history. Teach your own story. The story they got about the Asians being the Indians here is a lie, and Asians will tell you that. But Asians wanted to put their stories in our museum. That's what that was. They weren't saying that they were Indians of this land. They were Indians over in Asia, and their slave and indentured servitude went on over there in Asia. I watched the movies, and it took place in their country, but they brought their history here and put them in the museums. But not to say that they're the Indians of this land. There's a lot of lying stories. I don't know no niggas that walk from South Carolina to Oklahoma. That's cap. A lot of this shit is cap stories. If a nigga ain't gonna walk to the block, how he gonna walk to Oklahoma? That ain't happening. And I showed the other video of the guy fighting in the motor vehicle. He was trying to walk away from that African guy, okay? That real African guy. And the African guy kept pursuing him until he couldn't take it. How long are you going to walk behind an American Indian, call him nigga, 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 until he turned around and knock your ass out? And he got exactly what he deserved. Now they should call ICE and deport his ass. But that's my segment. That's not my whole segment. I really want to get into reading meditation from Buddha.
And I'm gonna hop off, Sister Becky. Right. It's been a powerful one. Salutes to y'all. I'm gonna be listening in from the chat.
Salute to you, Brother Sanchez.
We'll be over to you when you go live, Sanchez. I'm gonna redirect everybody over there. I can't wait till you get it, because you know you're gonna get it in.
Appreciate that.
All right, everybody. So let me take a 60-second break, and then I'm getting into meditation. I know Geesh is probably like, is this girl gonna read? But I think Geesh understand where I'm coming from, because people from India are treated like niggas over here too. They get treated real bad in corporate management. I watched it. They get treated the same way because their skin is brown. I watched that literally. And shout out to people from India. So give me 60 seconds. I'm going to play a little music for like 60 seconds, drink some water, and start reading, because we need to learn about meditation. Meditation to me is better than prayer. So I'll be right back. You got it. Be right back. Everybody, sorry, I had to go and get my reading glasses, because I personally believe I believe in meditation over prayer, because I don't know who I'm praying to, and personally I don't want to know, to be very honest. It's best that I don't. I didn't learn in all these 58 years, so it's probably best, and maybe the universe or whatever kept me from knowing this, and they want me to do this, so I'm doing it. What is meditation? The heart of Dharma practice is meditation. The purpose of meditation is to make our mind calm and peaceful. If our mind is peaceful, we will be free from worries and mental discomfort, and so we will experience true happiness. But if our mind is not peaceful, we will find it very difficult to be happy, even if we are living in the very best conditions. If we train in meditation, our mind will gradually become more and more peaceful, and we will experience a purer and purer form of happiness. Eventually, we will be able to stay happy all the time, even in the most difficult circumstances. Usually, we find it difficult to control our mind. It seems as if our mind is like a balloon in the wind, blown here and there by external circumstances. If things go well, our mind is happy. But if they go badly, it immediately becomes unhappy. For example, if we get what we want, such as a new possession or new partner, we become excited and cling to them tightly. However, since we cannot have everything we want, and since we will inevitably be separated from the friends and possessions we currently enjoy, the mental sickness or attachment serves only to cause us pain. On the other hand, if we do not get what we want, or if we lose something that we like, we become despondent or irritated. For example, if we are forced to work with a colleague whom we dislike, we will probably become irritated and feel aggrieved, with the result that we will be unable to work with him or her efficiently, and our time at work will become stressful and unrewarding. Such fluctuations of mood arise because we are too closely involved in external situations. We are like a child making a sandcastle who is excited when it is first made, but who becomes upset when it is destroyed by the incoming tide. By training in meditation, we create an inner space and clarity that enable us to control our mind regardless of the external circumstances. Gradually, we develop mental equilibrium, a balanced mind that is happy all the time, rather than an unbalanced mind that oscillates between the extremes of excitement and despondency. If we train in meditation systematically, eventually we will be able to eradicate from our mind the delusions that are the causes of all our problems and suffering. In this way, we will come to experience a permanent inner space, inner peace, known as liberation or nirvana. Then, day and night, in life after life, we will experience only peace and happiness. Meditation is a method for acquainting our mind with virtue. It is a mind that analyzes or concentrates on a virtuous object. A virtuous object is one that causes us to develop a peaceful mind when we analyze it or concentrate on it. If we contemplate on an object and it causes us to develop an unpeaceful mind, such as anger or attachment, this indicates that the object is non virtuous. There are also many objects that are neither virtuous nor non virtuous but neutral. There are two types of meditation: analytical meditation and placement meditation. Analytical meditation involves contemplating the meaning of a Dharma instruction that we have heard or read. By contemplating such instructions deeply, eventually we reach a definite conclusion or cause a specific virtuous state of mind to arise. This is the object of placement meditation. When we concentrate single pointedly on this conclusion or virtuous state of mind for as long as possible to become deeply acquainted with it, this single pointed concentration is placement meditation. Often, analytical meditation is called simply contemplation, and placement meditation simply meditation. Placement meditation depends upon analytical meditation, and analytical meditation depends on listening to or reading Dharma instructions. The first stage of meditation is to stop distractions and make our mind clearer and more lucid. This can be accomplished by practicing a simple breathing meditation. We choose a quiet place to meditate and sit in a comfortable position. We can sit in the traditional cross leg posture or in any other position that is comfortable. If we wish, we can sit in a chair. The most important thing is to keep our back straight to prevent our mind from sluggish or sleepy. We sit with our eyes partially closed and turn our attention to our breathing. We breathe naturally, preferably through the nostrils, without attempting to control our breath. And we try to become aware of the sensation of the breath as it enters and leaves the nostrils. This sensation is our object of meditation. We should try to concentrate on it to the exclusion of everything else. At first, our mind will be very busy, and we might even feel that the meditation is making our mind busier. But in reality, we are just becoming more aware of how busy our mind actually is. There will be a great temptation to follow the different thoughts as they arise. But we should resist this and remain focused single pointedly on the sensation of the breath. If we discover that our mind has wandered and is following other thoughts, we should immediately return it to breath. We should repeat this as many times as necessary until the mind settles on the breath. If we practice patiently in this way, gradually our distracting thoughts will subside and we will experience a sense of inner peace and relaxation. Our mind will feel lucid and spacious, and we will feel refreshed. When the sea is rough, sediment is churned up and the water becomes murky. But when the wind dies down, the mud gradually settles and the water becomes clear. In a similar way, when the otherwise incessant flow of our distracting thoughts is calmed through concentrating on the breath, our mind becomes usually lucid and clear. We should stay with this state of mental calm for a while. Even though breathing meditation is only a preliminary stage of meditation, it can be quite powerful. We can see from this practice that it is possible to experience inner peace and contentment just by controlling the mind without having to depend at all upon external conditions. Without having to depend at all upon external conditions. When the turbulence of distracting thoughts subsides and our minds become still, a deep happiness and contentment naturally arise from within. This feeling of contentment and well-being helps us to cope with the busyness and difficulties of daily life. So much of the stress and tension we normally experience come from our mind. And many of the problems we experience, including ill health, are caused or aggravated by this stress. Just by doing breathing meditation for 10 or 15 minutes each day, we will be able to reduce the stress. We will experience a calm, spacious feeling in the mind, and many of our usual problems will fall away. Difficult situations will become easier to deal with. We will naturally feel warm and well disposed towards other people, and our relationships with others will gradually improve. We should train in this preliminary meditation until we gain some experience of it. However, if we want to attain permanent, unchanging inner space, and if we want to become completely free from problems and suffering, we need to advance beyond simple breathing meditation to more practical forms of meditation. such as the cycle of 21 Lamrin meditations explained in the new meditation handbook. I got to get that book. When we do these meditations, we begin by calming the mind with breathing meditation, and then we proceed to the stages of analytical and placement meditation according to the specific instructions for each meditation. Some of these meditations are now introduced in this book. So that's meditation, okay? And it gets more into it in the next book that I get. I will get there, and I'm going to be doing Buddha on this channel for quite some time. Okay? I truly am. And I'm also going to be I'm putting together a survey because I'm only focused on my community at this point. And my survey is going to be they're going to be survey questions for different eras: the boomer generation, Gen Z era, which is Gen X era, which is my era, and Gen Z, which are the millennials. So I'm not finished yet. This is a long form um study, and their questions, so I can that's how I'm doing my research. So yeah, and I'll be at a community with tail. We'll give them a wire, you know, pencil or whatever, something good. I'll probably have someone bake something, and I don't know how I'm gonna do it, but we got to give people something if they're gonna answer questions on our survey. So, what are your thoughts about meditation? Because after that, we're gonna do death next. Death is next. I'm gonna read that now. I know we've been on for 2 hours, but I planned it to be on long today. I'm going to read about death in a few minutes, but I do want to hear your thoughts on meditation, Copper. Hey, Wolf, I like that. Completing. If you're talking,
I was, I was, I
you
was,
know
I
your mic be muted. I like that, Wolf.
What'd he say?
Completing every thought till you're at peace and clarity. 1 hour meditation is best. I can believe that.
Mm-hmm.
I think 15 minutes is too short. I mean, literally, I would like to say an hour, because if you're talking about healing in yourself and internal space, I can see
Mm-hmm.
an hour of meditation. We got to do the breathing. And I really believe this. I think if I learned this in the 70s as a kid, I'd be better off today.
Yeah, yeah.
And our
I've
men and
done,
women have much more
I've,
mature thoughts.
I've done
Mhm.
meditation in groups, and I've done my individual meditation, and I enjoyed both with groups, especially when you're on the same page and you are, in the same intent. I've done, that's cool. But doing it on and have the discipline, be disciplined enough to see it through. And different people or different thoughts or different, there are different ways to do meditation. Some people say to concentrate on a color or an item, or to listen to music. There's different ways to do it, and you have to really play with it. You can listen to sounds like bells, or there's all kinds of ways to do it, and you just kind of play with it until you find what works for you, you know. Or if
Mhm.
you're disciplined enough, you can just concentrate on trying to clear your mind, to concentrate on something. Um, I've done it all kinds of ways. Um, it's up to you really to figure out what works best for you. But
Mhm.
it's very interesting to get started and to calm the mind. That was
Yeah.
the hardest thing for me, was to get my mind to just be quiet long enough. Because you'll think that your brain is, well, you'll think that you're doing it, and then something will pop into your mind, about a conversation or a color or a thought about this or that or the third.
Yeah, those are called repressed memories in psych.
Mm-hmm.
Repressed memories have a tendency to distract you when you're trying to create peace in your mind. It's
Mm-hmm.
those repressed memories that come up because at the same time when you're relaxed, your repressed memories show up. So
Yeah.
when you're meditating, you're fighting with your repressed memories to make them go away.
Yeah. I think you have to just keep at it until you can conquer the brain, the busy monkey mind that we have that wants to continue to talk, that chatter that's inside of our mind. But yeah, I think you're on the right track. I want to hear more. Keep going.
Okay, so that's meditation. And I can read that like 3 and 4 times because, like I said, this is Gishi book. It's not the original Buddha book, but I picked Gishi because I think Gishi gives like excellent examples.
Hmm.
So I
And if
could
you when
better
you reread
understand.
it, when you reread it again, you're gonna find that, and you know that when you read something, you're gonna pick up on something that you didn't pick up on before. You're gonna understand something more when that you didn't before. It's
Right.
just
Yeah, that's why I always read books twice and hi
I
twice.
will.
And I read him at my bedside when at night when it's peaceful, it's very peaceful.
I love
And
reading at nighttime in the bed.
yeah, I find that reading this Buddha, I just wish that this was something introduced in our community when I was little, because I think a lot of children in my community that I grew up with here in Connecticut would have a different outlook on life, period, and a
Hmm.
different outlook and a much more, they would hold more higher standards for themselves.
Yeah.
It would teach us how to interact with people and how to not escalate in, unforeseen situations,
Yeah.
may I say. And I really like it. I really enjoy it. The problem with us, we got so many foreigners trying to tell us what to do on our own land.
Hmm.
And that's a real problem. If you're a foreigner and you come over here and you have your lineage is from a foreign area of the world, then you should focus on your own. Why is it that our history is the most focused on?
Because people trying to run everybody else's business, but they own.
Yeah, it's like, oh no, the dead Indians have arisen. We have to do something to sustain them again. No, well, you're not, because it's too
But that's
late.
the same mindset of as the colonizers when the colonizers came over here.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. Their descendants.
Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, they came over with the same intent.
It's like the minute we want to step up and do something positive, here they come. And
Yeah.
it's like, no, we must keep division among them people. Once they get together like they were prior to here, it's going to be not good.
Yeah.
Because for for a group of people to want to keep us separated and divided as a people, we must be a very powerful people once we're together and locked in again.
Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. If I could keep you docile and keep you away from your true power and your true self, yeah, I'm gonna do all I can do. Yeah, I don't want you learning that I came and I stole your shit. You know.
Yeah, I
Oh,
I
I don't
just
want you
think
to know I got your shit and you got my shit and your shit don't work that you got, but your shit do work.
if we can get our people to think outside the box, because they were taught not to think outside the box, and that's including mainly in Christianity. They're told, don't you go out because that devil's going to come. So
Mm.
if we come and try to tell them, hey, you are very powerful, we're the devil. We're the devil. We're bad. And that's what they're trained to think until they actually say, okay, I'm done with Christianity. I've seen enough. I got to move on. I got to worry about me. And if we introduce them to these different ways, this different way of life, where they'll find inner peace and how to find inner peace, because Christianity doesn't do it. I don't think I don't think I need to be a Christian to tell someone that I love them or that I'm in love with them or I think that they're beautiful. I don't need to be a Christian to be able to do that. I do that naturally. I can tell someone naturally if I love them or naturally that they're beautiful. I don't need to be a Christian to do good things. I
Mm-mm.
can naturally be a person who likes to do good things.
Yeah.
And that's what our people need to understand. And the minute that they find out that that they have more control of their inner space than some other person who you don't see does, that's when you begin to um bring back your original powers that you have. You have power over yourself. But hey, Wolf, and you learn
Hey,
that in meditation,
hey,
which
salute.
was good.
How y'all doing? Salute, salute. I love this kind of conversation.
Mhm.
I like your Kango troublemaker. Which
Thank
should start
you.
about meditation.
Look, so everything y'all was saying, I pretty much I second everything, and I was thinking like just to piggyback off of what you said, that we learned meditation and stuff like that early on. A lot of the kids got ADD and anger issues, and we kind of spaz out when we we're little, so. I think meditation, it'll help you, calm your nerves and realize like time has to go by and stuff like that early on. So I
Mhm.
think, I think that'll help develop people. It'll help you process your mind better.
Yep.
Yep. And I mean, a lot of times, we don't ever have time in the day to complete a thought. So this how I, started my meditation, realizing like through a day, you're distracted by everything that you're seeing.
Everything.
Yep, you seeing and hearing, right? So it's kind of like you never have a time to, think anything through or process and complete a thought. So, everything has to be done in darkness. So that's why I think when you go into meditation, it gives you time to kind of, block out every distraction and everything you was reading, Sister Betha. You know what I'm saying? We think that we're supposed to not be thinking about anything in meditation, but really you're supposed to complete every single thought. So you might have a thought that cycles through every 10 minutes. Like, did I complete this task? Did I do that? Or is my mom okay? Or is this going on? But after, maybe 30 or 45 minutes, you've completed thoughts that were important. And now you're left with like a peacefulness where it's like, okay, you out with all the old thoughts. Now you can create new thoughts. And so
Mhm.
that's where the peace comes from. When you cleaned out your closet, your mental closet. You completed every thought. They
Mhm.
don't serve you no more. And now you're in darkness to, just emptying yourself. So that's kind of what I got from the talk, and that's how I've been doing meditation. So I like to do like an hour. After 30 minutes, then you kind of calm down and you realize, whoa, I'm in this Zen place. Like I'm not thinking about anything. And then the next 30 minutes, like you're saying, you can hear your breath, your your system starts to move a little bit. You can feel your stomach moving and all that kind of stuff. So
Mhm.
yeah, everything y'all said it was beautiful. I agree.
I like that. I like that, Wolf. Thank
Me
you.
too. I think
Yep,
Okie
yep,
and
salute,
Joking got
salute.
it twisted a little bit. That's the problem, Oaksy. We're telling people that we're not slaves. We were never slaves. We were enslaved by our own people here, and we were already here. So I don't know who you are. It sounds like you might be from Africa, but we absolutely know nothing about Africa as a people here. We're specific people here, and we don't know anything about Africa, nothing other than what we see in the news media. A lot of us, I could say almost like 99% of us never even been to Africa. We know nothing about that landmass. Okay. And Joe Quinn, I have no clue who you are or what you're talking about, but we have our official documents of who we are. I know we're not natives. We never said we were natives.
What do you say?
There's a difference between Native
Y'all
Americans
ain't
and
native
and
material.
aboriginals to a soil. We are aboriginals, to keep it a buck. Okay. We know nothing. Now, I don't know any. I'm not, when I speak about our indigenous aboriginal status here in the Americas, I'm
Mm.
only speaking on the mainland North America within the boundaries of these 50 states. This is where we're from. I realize
You
that there
gonna
are,
tell us who the fuck we
hold
not
up, hold,
native
hold, hold, hold up, hold up. I realize
to?
that there are other parts of the Americas, like Central and South America. Yes, there are Indians there, but we're not those Indians. We're the ones on the mainland, and we were already here. We're not, and we don't claim to be natives American. We are aboriginals to this soil. Before anyone came, we were here to greet them. And I think if you read Benjamin Franklin's transcripts, he'll tell you better than I can. It appears to me that you believe the white guy more. So read his official transcripts.
Oh, he was a Native American.
We are not Native Americans. We are
That's
not.
right.
We are aboriginals to this soil. There's a big difference. Okay. Native Americans supposedly came on the Bering Strait. We didn't come on the Bering Strait.
This is hard.
We were already here. Okay. The problem is foreigners come over here and brown people can be from anywhere else in the world except North America mainland. That's not happening. We are from here. Brown people are over this on this entire planet. But that doesn't mean we're all the same.
No.
It doesn't. So I think if you just shut up and listen back and
do your
and
genealogy, do
I
your
got you
genealogy.
drowned out. So back off. I'm going to teach what I teach because I know what I know and I'm standing on it. And ain't nothing you or anybody else on this planet can do about it. Get over it and go and deal with your own people. So, okay, let's get it, y'all. I will not let the audience
Yeah,
distract me.
forget that, man.
We
They
do,
stuck on that.
we do need our haters because our haters are our best motivators. So,
That's right.
You
That's
know,
right.
hit dogs holler. So let's get it.
You know I love the haters.
Yes.
You know I love it.
So let's get it because we got 1,049 people that we're educating and that understand it. And thank you for smashing that like button.
Hit
We
that
got
like button.
1,112 people watching, and it looks like we got how many likes? 904 likes. So when one or two people like yourself come in the chat room, come in here with the bull, I got 904 people that's liking this. So you mean very less to me. So sit back and listen. All right, let's go. So what Buddha says about death, and we're gonna
I
come
want to
back
say
to
something too.
meditation. Oh yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, because we're gonna come back to meditation because we got to teach our people how to meditate. They don't know
right.
how.
That's right. And this, I was just gonna,
Meditation is different from prayer.
That's right. And I want to speak to that point right there. Exactly. So, even when you were saying this, Buddhist might, more than likely a better, selection for our people than Christianity. I was going to say a lot of times when we praying for stuff and like, oh, God, help me. What can I do? You in a desperate place. Meditation, if you go into meditation and, like you said, you can manifest things. It gives you time to problem solve. That's what I realized about meditation. It allows you to really problem solve. Our people forgot about problem solving skills. You just give it up to the Lord. You just like, oh God, help me. And I pray for it. It's
What we lost. We replaced
problem
what
solve.
we used to do. Correct. We replaced. They made us replace what we used to do, and through Christianity's down our throat. Remember, convert or die. And that was convert to Christianity. So we had to stop practicing our old ways. And to be relieved from our old ways of practicing, there was a ceremony. There's a ceremony called being baptized in the name of Jesus, who we don't know. So I'm sorry. And I still don't know him.
Yep, and it's widespread. So it started with that religion. And think about it. After that, we'll build your house for you. We'll run your power for you. We'll run your water for you. You don't got to do nothing. Conveniently. So they give you the religion. You give up your mental power. Then you give up your physical power. Now your whole willpower going. You can't problem solve no more. You see what I'm saying? And you just help it. So I think the meditation is going to reverse that. You might go in there and figure out something that you like, wow, I was not thinking on that stream of consciousness, but you get some downloads in that dark space. So I think that's everything you're saying.
I never meditated before in my life. And I got tired of being in situations in my life praying and crying to Jesus. I never knew how to pray. And I guess the reason why I never knew how, for as many times as I wrote the Bible, and being a little girl, I never knew how to pray. And it's just, I believe that the reason why I never learned is because this is something in the universe. They pick out their special people that's going to stand. And that's me. I stand strong on whatever I'm going to do or whatever I say. And it wasn't meant for me to learn how to pray. To me, praying is begging somebody for something.
It is.
And I shouldn't have to beg for anything. To me, praying is the same thing as begging. You are praying and begging that someone gives you something. When in fact, this whole time, the government is what's in control and who's in control of approving and denying. So I'm sorry. I just will not beg. I'll ask. You know, you can ask your neighbor for a sandwich, you know? So I think
That's right.
meditation and correcting meditation helps one correct themselves internally, which bursts out beautiful external.
Mm-hmm. It helps you to also heal.
That's right.
So I was looking at how Christianity is going down. This is from the Census Bureau, and they no, I'm sorry, Pew Research, and the Christianity, everything is like at 10%. If you're looking at evangel with Christians, 10% Protestant, mainland Protestant, historical Black Protestant, then Catholic, Latter-day Saint, which is Mormon, Orthodox Christian, Jehovah Witness, and other Christian. Then if you look over where it says other religions, Jewish, Muslim, this is just here within the United States. Buddhist, Hindu, other world religions, 10%, and something else, 10%. And then you have the atheists, agnostic, and nothing in particular. They did a research. I thought that was quite interesting. Everything is leveling it out to 10%, which if you looked at it back in the 70s, Christianity was one of the highest percentages compared to when I was little. So people are beginning to understand and learn the indoctrination. All that's going to go away. And as we move forward with future generations, they're automatically going back to the normal way that we practice. And one of the main things was meditation. We meditated and we worship all the beautiful natural things on the earth. And so I'm going to keep working hard until our people begin to understand and learn that they have more power than they think they do. And they'll find it outside the box that they've been indoctrinated in. I'm sorry.
That's
But
right.
I'm serious.
Yeah, I like to say think outside the book.
I call it the box, the books.
Yes, book is a box. You know what I mean? TV is a box. They all boxes.
It teaches you climb to the top. You're already at the top. You just don't know it. Their top is in a corporate world. That's not nothing real. It consists of things, bad things you have to do to people. You have to stomp on people to get to the top in their world, the corporate world. And I could never do a job where I have to hurt people. See, when the higher you go up in corporate management, you have to be willing to hurt people. You have to be willing to lie on people. You have to be willing to do all those ugly things. And that's what you get paid to do in their world. But that's not a godly world, or that's not a godly world. The corporate world is not a godly world. It's a world full of evil. So it's up to us as individuals to transition ourselves out of the horrible mindsets that the different religions put your mind in. They divided you. They divided your love. They divided your peace. They divided everything about you. So your body's a complete puzzle and it needs to be put back together. And the only way it's going to come back together is to do the natural things. Meditation is very natural. It connects you with everything that's natural. But now I'll get into death. What Buddha says about death, because our people take death a very different way. When somebody die in our family, we're crying. They're crying over the casket on the floor. they lose their minds, and that's not the way how death is supposed to be dealt with. Me personally, I believe we come back. And like you said yesterday, you're supposed to cry when people come in the world and celebrate when they go out. Because when they go out, they're coming back. They're no longer suffering. So they're going to come back healthy and do better. That's my thought. But anyway, what does Buddha say about death? I got to put my bifocals on so we can learn how to accept death in a different way.
Hey, Sister Betty, I gotta run. I'm gonna about to leave
All
out.
right, love.
I appreciate.
Okay,
I
but
appreciate.
thanks.
Yep. And let me say this real quick before I go. This is one thing I was thinking when you were talking. The thing that got me with the religion thing is they say faith without work is dead, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I had to ask the little preacher guy I was talking to. I said, "Is work without faith dead?"
There you go.
Yeah. So if faith without work dead, that means faith is dead alone. That means no matter what, you have to work. You
What
have
did
to.
he? What did he say?
Man, that man looked at me and said, "Brother, you got a point."
Mhm.
And then he was just jaw dry. He started listening to me. I started teaching him. I was like, yeah, man, be careful with that religion, bro. You got way more power than you think. So, I appreciate you, Sister Betty. You too, Copper. Copper.
Thank you so much, Wolf.
Salute to y'all, man. Good talk.
You so bad. Wolf is a mess on the panels. He know how to get to their last nerve, and he's a perfectionist as it.
Yeah, I'm an artist, man. I think different. So I've
You
always
and
had.
Superman, y'all know how to get to people's last nerve. That's why I love Superman so much, because he know how to do it. You and
That's
him
right.
know how to antagonize people.
That's right. That's right.
Y'all
It's
are
natural.
experts.
It's about you using your noggin.
That's right. That's right, y'all.
Using your noggin.
Exactly.
Facts. Live and
Yeah,
learn.
I
We do
appreciate
pray to
y'all.
our ancestors. We automatically talk to our ancestors. So that's an automatic when it comes to our people.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not sure what you mean, live and learn, when you say you can pray to your ancestors, but I guess y'all ain't there yet. No, we've been there. We don't even have to be told that. When our loved ones die, we go to their grave sites and we talk to them. Talking and praying is the same thing. We talk to them. So I'm not sure where your head is. You got to come in here with an open mind, especially on a Sister Bethy show. But let's get it, y'all. Death. Everyone is aware of the fact that sooner or later he or she will die. But for the most of us, this is just a superficial awareness. Deep down, we habitually assume that our death will not occur until sometime in the distant future. All the time, in the back of our mind, there is the tacit assumption that we will not die today. Even on the day on which we actually die, we will probably be assuming that we will not die and be making plans for the next day. We live our lives as if we were going to remain in this world forever, and consequently, we devote almost of our time to the affairs of this life and think little about what will happen after we die. Our preoccupation with trivial, mundane activities causes us to waste our precious human life. Instead of using it to accomplish one of the three great goals mentioned earlier, we use it only to obtain food, clothing, and shelter, to acquire material possessions, to indulge in sex and other superficial pleasures, and to seek promotion and high social status. In this respect, we are no different from animals who scavenge for food, make shelters, produce young, protect their territory, and vie for the supremacy within the herd or flock. A human life such as ours is extremely rare and difficult to obtain. So, what a great tragedy it would be if, instead of using it to advance spiritually, we were to waste it by living like an animal. The best way to avoid wasting our precious life is to become acutely aware of our impermanence by meditating on death. We meditate on death to acquaint our mind with the three thoughts. Number one, I will definitely die. Two, the time of my death is utterly uncertain. Three, at the time of my death and after my death, only the practice of Dharma will help me. We need to meditate on these thoughts again and again in analytical meditation until we develop a deep experience of them and they come to affect the way we live our life. To acquaint yourself with the first thought, we can contemplate 3 lines of reasoning. 1, I will definitely die because there is no way to prevent my body from finally decaying. Number 2, day by day, moment by moment, my life is slipping away. And number 3, my death will come regardless of whether or not I have made the time to practice Dharma. By contemplating on these points, we come to a clear conclusion. I will definitely die, and we meditate on this conclusion in placement mediation. Then we contemplate the following 3 points. I have no idea when I will die. I may be young or healthy, but this does not mean that I will not die soon. Many young people die before their parents. There is no certainty in this world. There are many causes of untimely death. For example, many strong and healthy people die as a result of unforeseen accidents. This human body is extremely fragile and can easily be destroyed, even by the smallest of objects. By contemplating these points, we realize that the time of our death is completely uncertain and that we have absolutely no guarantee that we will not die today. When we are convinced of this, we should mentally repeat over and over again, I may die today, I may die today, and concentrate on feeling it evokes. Then we contemplate the following 3 points. At the time of my death and possessions will be of no benefit to me. At the time of my death, my family and friends will not be able to help me. And 3, at the time of my death, even my body will be of no use to me. By contemplating these points, we realize that at the time of our death and after our death, only Dharma practice will help us, and we meditate on this conclusion. Wow, it's 1058 up in here. Finally, we conclude our contemplations by making 3 resolutions. I will practice Dharma. I will practice Dharma right now. I will practice Dharma purely. We meditate on these determinations without distraction for as long as we can. We should put these resolutions into practice and integrate them into our daily life. By doing this, we can protect ourselves from the dangers of lower rebirth, attain a permanent cessation of all suffering, and even accomplish full enlightenment. So, we almost been on for 3 hours. We'll pick up tomorrow with that was death. So we covered death and meditation today in Geshe's book. Tomorrow we will discuss the Buddha way of life. Okay? Buddha way of life. And to answer to the person in the chat room, no, Buddhism is not a religion. It's a way of life. And it's really great for the individual that's looking to redirect themselves from being indoctrinated into one book that only benefits a certain people, few people. We'll pick up on Buddhist way of life and to the Native American that was in the chat room. Shout out to you from being, a descendant from Asian descent over in Asia, because most Native Americans are originally of Asian descent. I send shout outs to you, but I also want you to understand that when this government formed, and this is in 1751, before the United States was even a United States. During this time, there were only the little colonial states here on this main land. And Benjamin Franklin was a major person during the Constitution time. He was a note taker. He was everything. And his notes of who was here on this mainland soil. And I'm going to read this to you, which leads me, all the part that's highlighted of his recollection. This is primary source information of his recollection of who was here in 1751 and even prior to, which leads me to add one remark that the number of purely white people in the world is proportionately very small. All Africa is black or tawny, Asia chiefly tawny, America exclusive of the newcomers, wholly so. Wholly so, baby. So we never identified as Native Americans, but wholly so, baby, we were here. And in Europe, the Spaniards, Italians, French, Russians, Swedes are generally of what we call a swarthy complexion. So you can look up swarthy, that's dark. As are the Germans. The Saxons only accept who, with the English, make the principal body of white people on the face of the earth. Now, he's not talking about the 50 states. He's talking about on the earth. I could wish their numbers were increased. Bottom line. This is when he wanted them to bring more white Europeans over here in 1751 because it was loaded with, I'll use modern day language, us niggas. We were the ones here. We didn't come from Africa. We know nothing about that other than the sad commercials they showed us when we were little kids in the 70s with a starving African kid with a big belly and a bug crawling on their face. We was traumatized and saddened as children to see something like that. And we knew nothing about Africans. We learned about Africans from the TV. We're Indians, baby, not Native American. We're the Indians that the Constitution, United States Constitution, speak about. United States Constitution does not mention Native Americans. It mentions Indians not taxed, not Native Americans not taxed. Because I'm willing to bet you pay taxes.
Yeah.
These, my friend, are Native Americans. We're not Native Americans.
Not
We are
Asian.
aboriginals to the soil.
Not Asian.
Okay? We're not talking about Central and South America. We're not. That's not my focus, not my study. My people are not from Central and South America. Those are other American Indians in the South of America and Central part of America. I'm not speaking about them. I'm speaking about the ones here, North America on the mainland, us. And I know that's a hard pill for you to swallow, but you're going to have to get over it because a lot of our people are now waking up from the Christian indoctrination that made them forget about their past life. So I want to say to you, have a wonderful day. I want to shout out everybody that's in the chat room. I will open up. Shout out to Wyatt being up in here strong. I love y'all so much. And I hope y'all are here tomorrow because we're going to get into Buddha. Tomorrow's Happy Hump Day Wednesday. We're going to get into the Buddha Way of Life. And I'm going to open the panel for dialogue because we can talk for another hour or two. And I believe the other guys will be going live. There's the link if anybody wants to come up and say anything. If anybody wants to come up and say anything about today's segment, I really, really, really do appreciate Gishi Kelsang Gyatso. I really appreciate his writing. I do. And I'm recommending everybody purchase his book. So I'll leave the is there anything you wanted to say, Copper Engine? I'm going to leave the panel open. I put the link in the chat. I'll pin it to the top for anyone that wants to come up and say anything. For the most part, I appreciate the people that did come on the panel today. For the most part, people tend to fear coming up on my panel, but King Kaz ain't scared of me. He understands me. I don't bite. But when you come up here, we're going to talk reasonable. It's no reason for me to threaten your life or you to threaten mine. If you want to talk in dialogue and give your personal opinion, I respect it, but I don't have to accept it.
Yeah, it's just an opinion, and we're all
Facts.
and we're all entitled to our opinion.
Facts.
We're all entitled to that. You know, an opinion is our ability. It's our right to have an opinion. You know, but I'm proud of you, girlfriend. I'm proud of you that you're opening up and finding Buddhism and wanting to learn more. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it is. I definitely the men in our community that are in the inner cities, they're another group of people that you couldn't indoctrinate. A lot of our men, they don't go to church. You couldn't. It's very difficult to indoctrinate Pookie and Ray Ray. They're
Mhm.
not going to a Christian church, and Christian churches are a lot of the reason why we have broken homes, because a lot of the women in our family wanted to be with pastor, serve pastor instead of their husbands.
Mhm.
So a lot of marriages were torn apart because of Christian church. The men did not want to go, but their wives stayed. But they stayed sadly because they all couldn't have pastor,
Mm-mm. Yeah.
and they lose their husbands. It's Christianity did a job on our people.
Mhm. It really did. It really truly did. Yeah, I remember growing up hearing about pastor was with this woman, that woman, and yeah.
Yeah, a lot of our women, but also you have to remember our men went away to war, and which is why they were able to sucker our grannies out of their big farm homes in the South. And by the time our granddaddies came back from the war, they coming back to these little projects where they're freaking out like, what the hell is this? They weren't used to inner city life. The rural areas was what we had,
Mhm.
and the farmland. And there's a lot into it. And a lot of people from different cultures are coming over and learning exactly what happened to us,
Mhm. Yeah.
including Africans. And that's a fact. Now, we had a group of people leave here and go to Africa, West Africa, but they're from here.
Mhm.
And they allowed, foreigners come and offer them off their own land. So be it. They took their asses to West Africa. But the thing about us, we never left our land, despite what we went through. No, we're never leaving our land. We're gonna die on our land.
Yeah. Okay.
So I'm gonna give you guys a few minutes. Hey, Super. Uh-oh, he's back. Here comes Superman. He got his cape on now.
Uh-oh.
I seen you take your cut your little camera on, oh handsome fella, Superman. They got to see how handsome you are.
Mhm.
No
Don't tell
handsome
no
man.
don't tell nobody.
We already know now. It's on the
We know
video.
now. We
We
know
know
now.
now. But I saw him before. He's a very handsome brother. He's roughneck looking too. Look like he'll choke somebody and just as soft as a bone.
Eh.
Yeah, I'm hard on the inside, soft on the outside.
Oh
There you
Lord.
There you go.
But Sister Betty, I came up here to cause a little stink. I don't know how
Okay,
well.
because Brown Wolf is on standby, so you better be careful how you treat me.
No, that's why I go off on Cass and Straight Smoke. And I don't know why I feel like I need to protect you. But you
From
do a
who?
lot of from anybody.
But Straight Smoke is always sweet to me. I think you
Straight
misunderstand him.
Smoke is a snake.
Ooh.
No, he's not.
He's
Straight
gonna
Smoke.
sliver up to you and be all sweet, and then he gonna bite you in the back with poison.
Ooh, damn.
No way. Straight Smoke is a sweetheart. As a matter of fact, both smokes, Smoke Signal and Straight Smoke is a genuine. He's a sweetheart.
He's a
He just
devil.
start drinking and he be getting wild just like everybody else. But no, genuinely, Straight Smoke is a down to earth sweetheart. I've known
Sister
Straight Smoke a
Sister
long time,
Betty.
huh?
Sister Betty. I'm Lucifer himself.
Oh God.
How are you gonna tell me when I can recognize one of my minions? He's a
I
devil.
can't stand Superman.
I know my kind.
Where's Morpheus at? Morpheus was in the chat room. I'll be damned. You talking about you know your kind? What do you mean?
Lucifer. You know the whole thing about Lucifer, right? The light bringer. I shine light on all the demons.
Mm-mm-mm.
Superman, you and Brown Wolf are the two. Y'all have mastered the art of getting it. I think y'all the only ones that know how to take people's souls. You and Brown Wolf.
I keep telling them, don't let Hannibal Lecter walk around in their head.
Oh, well.
I'm serious. Superman and Brown Wolf have mastered the art of taking people's souls. Superman is the death angel. I'm serious.
Oh,
You get
wow.
people so mad.
The war angel. The war angel.
Him and Brown Wolf just mastered the art of how to get people in a rage. I think that they're the archangels in the Bible speak about him and Brown Wolf.
Wow.
I'm serious.
I be performing exorcisms. I let them demons come out. Make them spit and turn their head around.
Wow.
But I mean, it seems like you. What I get from you, Superman, I'm confused. It seems like you think Christianity. I mean, I know you told me don't compare the two, but it's hard not to because Christianity is something I've been through. So it's hard not to compare the two. Christianity is a religion that indoctrinates you, whereas Buddhism helps literally get straight to the point of how to cure your internal self.
See, that's what I was coming up here to start a little controversy.
Okay.
Because when Buddhism first came to the West, it was a lot of charlatans, like people from Middle East or whatever, was claiming to be gurus, and they was charging people a lot of money to get into it and, be they guru and help them meditate and all this. It was the same play as the preacher. I mean, you can look into it, and a lot of people got duped out of a lot of money.
From who?
So
I've never seen Buddhists do offering collections. Only thing I ever seen,
you better check it
only
out.
thing I seen Buddhists do is leave food on a stand with a Buddha sitting there.
No, that's why I'm trying to
because it's not a
get you to
religion.
But you can get a following. That's why they were saying it's not a religion. I'm just your guru, and I'm gonna show you the way. And then they played on people who was looking for a way out. I mean, you could do your own research or whatever. Don't take my word for it, because I'm crazy. But it was a movement, and a lot of people got duped.
See,
or
that's
spent a
what
lot of
happened.
money.
Transition, and I don't think that was Buddha's intention for the way they were doing, and that's why it didn't excel, because he's this what I'm getting out of just the basics. It's they're teaching you how to heal yourself internally, something, and I accept and can ingest a way where someone can teach me how to deal and make internal peace. Whereas when you compare that to church, they're telling me to pray to somebody I can't see. In the name of a man that walked on the earth, Jesus. I can't do that mentally. I can't do it.
But Buddha was a real guy. He was a
I
real
know
person.
he was real. I know. And that's the beauty of this. This is a real person versus them making a human man that walked around the earth just like me and you had the same temptations for us to pray to him because he died on the cross for my sins. I can only be responsible for my
You
own
will
sins.
never grasp the teachings of Buddha, my child.
Yes, I will. Never tell Sister Bethy never.
You have too many blocks in your way.
Let me tell you something. I got some
The
power.
The way to Buddha is detachment.
Let me tell you something.
No, Sister Betty, I'm joking. Listen,
I'm
from
not
my
joking though, but
understanding,
I'm about to tell you the power that the Chinese people and Korean and Japanese been giving me.
That
That
nigga,
okay,
what the hell is that you holding up?
I that's she a Thundercat.
I ain't no Thundercat. I got powers from Chinese people.
But
Y'all
listen,
hating
Sister
now.
Betty, this from my understanding in my studies, they're all the same.
No
Christ
way.
is not a. I'm just saying from my study. This is just my viewpoint. I could be wrong. I'm often wrong, Sister Betty. I don't
Oh,
even
okay.
mind being wrong.
See, he is a
Sometimes I be
true.
wrong on
He's a
purpose.
true Buddha because he admits his truth. He admits it. Go ahead, Super. From your
No,
perspective,
but
it's all the same.
right, like Christ is not a person. It's a level of understanding. Just like Buddha is not a person. It's a level of understanding. It's the same, just in a different envelope. Like you can reach Christos, Hemisync, your higher self through any road. You can take Buddhism, you can take Christianity, you can take Islam. It's all different roads to the same place, which is enlightenment. Or if you go to like scientific shit, it's self-actualization. Right. If you look at Maslow's hierarchy of needs, top of the pyramid, self-actualization.
Now I
Top
agree.
of Christianity,
I agree.
top of Christianity is Christos. Top of Buddhism is to become a Buddha, total enlightenment. Same shit, different package. But how we want to take it, that's just me. I'm a dumb country nigga. So I'm crazy.
Well, I happen at this age,
Oh my
I
God.
happen to see them very differently. And if there was a choice for our people, rather than being forced to convert or die, I wish this was the book. Buddha was the book because I think that would have kept our relationship that we have towards one another much more closer, and we would see truly our brothers and sisters as our brothers and sisters. Right now, we ever since Christianity, man, we just been killing each other day by day on the news. You see killings amongst our sons in our communities. And I really think that if they were introduced to Buddha back then, because Buddha is older than Christianity, it's older. And I wish we had that. I do. I wish, I truly do wish. And then you know what? To think about it, I think I probably could have lived under a communist country.
Why you say that?
Let me ask you a question. Oh, go ahead. Why would you say that?
Because you got to have some kind of order and some kind of structure. Communist countries don't all have to be bad. There could be adjustments made to make it work because the discipline, for the most part, I say that because the discipline, it's the discipline that we lack. That's the problem with our community. We lack discipline and we need it badly. This world has taught us to be against each other. That's all
Sister
I get.
Becky, may I ask you a question?
Yes.
What good does it do to want something for someone else?
Well, because I want peace in our community, and there's nothing wrong with wanting peace in your community. And if we all
Peace
meditate
comes.
according to
Peace
that,
comes from within, not from without. Like,
correct. And we need to be taught how to create peace in our internal selves. What's internal reveals externally, and we need to work on bringing back our peace within each other. We don't have peace within each other. And we have to work with our communities in many subtle ways in order to get them to teach them how to create our
Do,
peace, bring our peace back.
do you think that true evil actually exists?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
Do you
absolutely.
think that you can ever eliminate it?
Yes. There's definitely a way to
You can't have
eliminate.
a one-sided. You can't have a one-sided coin. You can't have all good.
Yes, you
That goes
can.
against universal principles.
There is a way to get rid of evil. And I'm sorry, it might not be in the manner in which you like.
It's not me. It's not me. It's not me. I don't
Okay,
care
I
if
see you. I
it's
just want to make sure
peaceful.
that this young man is not going to porn me.
If I was born or not,
Okay. I'm gonna let him up.
evil
But I'm
evil
gonna put
was
my
around
overlay up.
before me.
We
It's
keep a
like you
respectful panel.
if you have a all good world, that's unbalanced. The universe has to be balanced.
I agree, but we have many nations over here. Hi, Mr. Elliott. Welcome to the panel.
But I was just speaking just on the principle of it alone, no matter,
Your mic is muted.
Thank you.
How are you?
I'm going through it, but it's we all going through it too. So, I just
What
want
are
to
you
be
going through, brother?
I'm going through this shit that it's like I can't really talk about the shit I'm going through. I really can't, bro. I don't have words.
You accepted Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior.
Oh Lord.
I accepted being Jesus. Yeah.
Okay, I'm not
What'd you
sure
say?
I'm not sure what's going on here, but Mr. Elliott, what can we do to help you? This where our focus today is our dysfunctional communities. What is meditation, death, and Buddhist Way of Life, written by Geshe Kelsang Gyatso. Is there anything that you would like to speak about or comment on that we discussed today?
I think those are all important topics. I really don't have a comment about it. Buddha, uh, Jesus, these were real people. They walked around the earth and shit like that, but then they made a story about it. So that's another thing, bro. We got to be authors of our own life. We don't need somebody to tell me a story, man. I'm cool off that, bro. I got TV. I don't need that shit.
Okay, well, I have to agree with you on that note because that's why I do not indulge in the Bible anymore because it did nothing for me, and I just don't think it was a book that was meant for me. The Bible is not meant for everybody. There are people that the universe uh made sure that they could not be indoctrinated by certain information, and I'm glad I was one of those chosen. So now I really believe that I'm
We got to
chosen.
make it seem like we don't know the difference. We got to keep that up though, because as soon as they find out that we know what the fuck they did, they
Oh,
gonna.
be careful with the cursing.
Why must we hide? Hide who we are.
Yeah, we're not no longer hiding who we are. It's not a crime. I mean, people could be transgender, so now we don't have to hide anymore. For a long
That's
time, our identity was hidden.
that's what our
I,
ancestors
I
had to do.
I don't have an opinion on being transgender. Like I like doing
Right, right.
nasty
But
shit.
I'm just saying the right.
I'll admit that though.
Okay, but anyway, our identity has been hidden for many years. And the way that it was done was through Christianity by forgetting our past and who we were and all that stuff. So that wasn't a good book for me
But I
to
never
make
hurt
in their
nobody.
life.
I never did the shit they're trying to do to me. I never did that
Correct.
shit.
I
Hey,
agree.
brother, can I ask you a question? Since you don't want to talk about the specifics of what you're going through, would you like to share the effect that it's having on you right now?
It's already over with, man. Like, as long as we just stay cordial, as long as we just keep going forward, we're gonna be good.
I agree. I agree with you, Mr. Elliott. I agree.
So you're saying you have found your inner peace with what happened to you?
No, the only time I'm gonna get peace is when they put me in the ground, but that's another story.
Okay. Well, have you found forgiveness? Have you found forgiveness in
I
them?
forgave myself, man. I did a lot of shit that like most people wouldn't think to do. I was like I acted on my temptation, you know, but I learned from it too.
Okay.
All right.
I appreciate your response and your honesty. And I have to agree with you. You look like you're very tall.
Nah, I'm like 5'7", but I gotta go. I love y'all.
Okay, love you too. And take it easy and be careful out there, okay?
Okay.
That was interesting.
The doors of the church is always open. I mean, the doors of the temple is always open. Buddha
We got to
accepts
go
all.
up here. Hey, Holiday.
Sister Betty, peace.
Good.
I'm good. How are you?
I'm
What's
good.
up, Guru? Guru
Peace,
Chief
peace.
Holiday.
Copper Engine, peace, Queen.
Peace, peace.
Super, what's up, man? How y'all doing?
We're having Buddha church today.
Buddha Church.
Beat his butt with his little third shift cell.
Yeah, man. It's a good vibration, so that's good.
I'm gonna beat
Good,
Superman.
good positive energy and good vibration. So that's what it's about.
That's
I know a
right.
little bit about it, but it helps. I think everything helps. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Would you like to have a confession today on the altar of Buddha?
I can't stand him.
9.
I can't
No,
stand him.
I wouldn't. Not me.
We listen, but we don't judge. You're in a safe space, Chief.
Oh, sure. Oh, sure. Other than that, man, everything's good, man. Y'all good. How y'all doing, though? How the
We all
tribe doing?
right.
How the chat doing?
We all right. We we going through some chapters of Buddhism, and I'm trying to do everything in my power to stay connected with my community. And one of the biggest problems and issues that I found that divided us as a people is Christianity. I'm sorry to say that, but
You say divided?
yes.
Hey, I don't know. I mean, you can look at that in a lot of different ways. Yesterday was a day where we the most unified as a people, you know, across this country, and doing, majority of us. Most of us ain't heathens like you niggas is heathens, but we get back to you wild Indians later.
Amen, brother.
Oh, and by
Amen.
the way, Sister Beth, I don't want to cut up too much, but I don't believe shit. So y'all understand that about me, and understand I have studied, a lot of this stuff, and I used to be a believer. You know what I mean? I did. But once like when you get your research is out, like it's like out researching your belief, and it's like here's the evidence of this, and you're like, right? So just give you a perfect example, right? I don't know if you guys touched on it when we talk about Buddhism, right? Why is he a pale man now? Why when they started out Negroes? When we talking about these
Exactly.
gods and stuff like that. So
Mm-hmm.
these are things that we have to ask, well, what's going on? Like, you know what I mean? So even when I, start researching this stuff, I want to know. I want to dig deep and get into the culture of it. And it's always like they always, no matter what, it's always trying to bring everything from there to here.
Mm-hmm.
When the lifestyle, or because a lot of times they just take culture, and then they've made these different religions and stuff, but the culture had to come from somewhere. The civilization had to come from somewhere. I heard you say that earlier, Sister Betty, about civilization. Yeah. I don't subscribe it to, civilization comes from America. So I see shit differently when I hear anything come from anywhere, even this, all this new stuff, I don't throw, like they say, throw out the baby with the bathwater or whatever, or eat the meat, spit out the bones. When you say the Bible's no good, and like, I used to have the same thought too, but it's the way somebody has interpreted, um, uh, taken stories, you know what I mean, from ancient cultures like our culture, and put their spin on it, and put their twist on it, to put, by translations, by all this other stuff, to put themselves into a psychological and superiority over you.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the base of it. Like and one thing is beautiful about Buddhism is it's a psychological curriculum. It's not a religion. Like you could be a Islamic Buddhist, you could be a atheist Buddhist. Like you don't believe shit. Like you know what I'm saying?
Buddhism is
Like
a
it's
journey
just like
inward.
like karma. What does karma have to do with religion? Whether you believe that or not.
Buddhism is a journey
You
inward,
could be a
not
whole nigga
outward.
and believe in karma. Like, hey man, I ain't gonna do this because it's gonna come back on me. So that just saves something right there. Like, cause that dude said, you know what, I ain't gonna do that because that's gonna come back on me. Like, y'all follow me? He ain't got to be a religious person to believe in karma. You know what I'm saying? That's why when we talk about Buddhism, that's like from my
Well,
studies.
that's the whole thing and my whole purpose, because it's not a religion. But the fact is, it's one of the best tools ever for discipline. And what our community lacks heavily is discipline. And the church, the Christian churches have been trying for years to get our men to bow in order to, you know, be enlightened.
They just
And,
tamed. They're
and
not
I
disciplined.
right,
Hold
but
on, you got two wild niggas on the panel right
Buddhism.
now, supposed to be so.
I know, but Buddhism is something that is helpful internal. We hurt internally.
Okay.
We're people that hurt internally because everything that was done to us. Am I saying that we're the only people on the planet that have been harmed by invaders? No. But my focus is truly only my community, because there's a lot of internal hurt and pain in our communities across the 50 states. You're talking about a people who were yanked off their lands and forced into unhealthy living conditions within the inner cities so that foreigners can come here and occupy our previous lands. They call them abandoned lands. I call them lands that we fled for refugee because of the attacks. And
Wait a minute. So
and
hold on, Sister Betty. So, when they talk about millions of us leaving the South, there was a time period for that, right? Coming to the North.
well, I mean, just to the north, but
Or the
period.
Midwest, or even the West, right?
Correct.
Okay. So, when I hear snatch niggas up, like, and took niggas out, no, niggas went on their own because of
No, I didn't say snatched. I'm talking about forced.
Well, okay, well, just being from the South, you know what I'm saying? Just a little, as far as leaving the South and going to other places, right? Like if things are going from an agriculture society, right, and
Mm-hmm.
and from no grocery stores in the 1920s to grocery stores in the 30s, 40s, 50s, right?
Right,
And less,
industrialization era.
right? So industrialization, right? So it's less jobs. You follow me? It's nothing. It's nothing there. And
Right.
of course, if you got all these Negroes in the areas where it's depressed, like now this business doesn't exist. This thing is not there anymore, right? This agriculture thing is now going into an industrial thing, right?
Correct.
So now people got to go where the jobs are at. That's what happened. Like, they could say the flooded stuff, okay, all that happened, right? But far as the reality of it, and I just look at it like, okay, if they were already there and they were right, why would they need us to come there and do this, build these cities and all this other stuff, right? So we can get into all that or whatever, but just the actual history and not the narrative that these uh, people who are spent they told us we from Africa and we were slaves. That's all fake. That's all false. So in my book, okay, that's fake. That's significant. So I'm on to look into other stuff. Okay, that's fake too. That's significant. You know what I'm saying? We start talking about these different things that shape our minds today. It's still majority of our people still believe that were actually from the bottom of slave boats from Africa. Just by
But
saying we're
that's
black or
changing.
just by,
That's
but
changing now.
it is changing, right? But it
It's
has to change
changing
faster.
rapidly.
It has
It
to
is.
change. It has to change faster than that because listen, it's illegal to do this, to teach this to schools, to say these things. Like I think at this point it's criminal. At this point, like it's past. It's un-American. It's past all this other stuff that they're talking about. Every time that they say it on television, time I hear Trump say African American, it should be like it's a problem. It's a fucking problem. It's not like a little problem. It's a fucking problem. And so and it needs to be socially. It's happening socially, but it needs to not legislatively. It needs to have like niggas' pockets need to start leaking right now.
But
But as
do
it
you think
pertains
he's
to
saying
us, like
that?
take care of us first.
Do you think he's
Say,
saying that to be deceitful, or because he already knows that we're not African Americans?
I don't know what he know. Don't care. See how that works? Super simple. I don't give a fuck what he know. Don't care what he know. Like he could be informed. Say, hey, sir, let's check this out. This is what's going on with you. Please don't say that no more on television as it pertains to American Aborigines. Everybody need to put some respect on our name because if people don't understand why we're saying this. There's a reason because these terms African American attaches us to
A landmass that we know
roots,
nothing
like
about, or
everything, right?
the fake
And
Hollywood stories.
right. And then even when we say the out of Africa hypotheses and the theory of evolution, that has never
Yeah.
been a scientific fact, and it's been debunked. And so anybody's pushing that is pushing eugenics. See what I'm saying? So I don't know what his intentions is or whatever. You know what I'm saying? I know where he was educated, who educated him, how that works for his people. But the miseducation has not worked for our people. So that's a problem. It is a super problem. Now, okay, what we were injured by that. We are still injured. Our communities are injured by this
Yeah.
psychologically.
Correct.
I'm fucked up. I tell y'all all the time I'm fucked up. So when I say I'm fucked up, this is what I mean. Like I'm publicly saying that. Like, hey man, I'm fucked up. So I'm fucked up because I believed in that I was like one of the descendants of the strongest niggas that survived the Middle Passage. Y'all. Like I'm a kid believing this shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? I ain't believe this shit in a long time. But y'all follow me? But it shaped how I thought. They robbed me of that from my childhood.
Correct.
See what I'm saying?
Yes.
And all the pain and anger that I perceived from that. I inflicted it back. But the point is, most of us inflicted back on each other. So we cowards. That's just some real shit. Like this is just keep it real. Instead of saying, okay, we'll stop each other. Y'all got to check in, right? You can't do business here, but we ain't. Hey, nobody else. Everybody else is making billions of dollars in our community. See what I'm saying? So we
Correct.
selective, on each other. Like, so we got to change the mindset of how we see each other. You know what I'm saying? If you don't see yourself as anything, you're never going to see your brothers and sisters as anything either. You know what I mean?
That's a fact.
Buddha
So,
That
would
is
but
a
write
with that being
fact.
those
said, I got a question
chains
for
That
the
up,
is a
sisters,
fact.
bro.
though.
But
I got a question for the sisters. And I see that shout out to Wire Nation, man. Shout out to Sister Betty, Chief Morning Thunder. We talk about sisters supporting each other. Like a lot of times, your sister say, but they don't fuck with each other. I don't fuck with sisters because of woot woot woot. But we've heard it's just it's a thing and a thing, right? But a lot of times, do you sisters believe, Sister Betty, Sister Copper Engine, do you sisters believe that by you guys saying that makes young men or young boys that turn into young men and men not trust women as sisters as well? That's my question to y'all. And if we can,
When
and
we say,
if
when we
it,
say things that
oh, go
I
ahead.
don't F with her or things of that nature.
Yeah, y'all don't trust as from none of y'all how you say it, but your actions. We learn from y'all. Y'all our first teachers, young men, right? Do you think that our distrust, right, come from that?
Come from the way we act towards each other as women
Yes, ma'am.
well, I can say that that probably does impact our men's sense of thought because they always did follow Big Mama. But like I said, and like I'm gonna say, I've never saw myself as being perfect. Um, there's a reason why I stay in a shell as a woman and choose not to
Buddha sees you as perfect.
befriend. There's a reason why. There are many reasons why that I isolate myself from women. Okay. And that's why I'm finding other methods to be able to deal with women. I had a hard time with them all my life, and I was always a person to myself, being alone. And so I could not find healing within myself in Christianity. So I'm looking for other methods to be able to deal with women because I have issues too. I'm not perfect, but I've always been a person to isolate during controversy. I tend to stay away, even as a young woman. I've never, you know, it was very difficult for me to open myself to women because of all the things I've been through. I was too trusting as a little kid, and it was I always let women get the best of me in friendship. So I came to a point in my life when I decided to go back to school and just isolate myself from them. I don't like controversy and conflict. And a lot of women that I was around always did, and I didn't like it. There's things that, you know, lifestyles that a lot of the women that I did hang with as a young child, they turned to different lifestyles that I was very fearful of. And I've seen a lot of things happen to the women in my family. And it was always so as a kid seeing it, you know, the drugs, the alcoholism, the not being true. I, I have triggers. You know, I've never did drugs and alcohol in my life. And I saw how it just destroyed my huge family. And so when I see I can't be around women that are alcoholics and drug addicts because it puts me back to the thoughts of seeing my family deteriorate. So I stayed away from them because I knew I wanted to do better and be different. And so I'm in this shell. Like a lot of women that I do confide in, they're my mom's age. I do not really have women friends my age in my era. They're all beyond my age. So yeah, maybe we do have an impact on the way our sons act towards each other, but it's just very difficult for me in my life at this time to congregate with women. I have specific sisters that I deal with, and everybody can't deal with a cup of tea. I do
I
not.
just want to ask you some follow-up questions on what you're saying. Yeah, you said so much, but I definitely want to
Conflict
give Copper
within leads
Engine
to conflict
an
with.
opportunity to answer questions. I think that's really interesting. It really is. Just to comment on some of what you're saying, though, right? Like, in order for us to get things done, and we're talking unity, right? There needs to be some trust there. We don't trust each other. Like from whatever perspectives, what we take it from, whatever, right? There's more trust in a in a gang of young men, right, amongst themselves than they can get in their family, and or even at home, or they see, like, you know, because once again, while you as a young woman seeing it, or your little girl seeing it, we're seeing the same shit as little boys. You're like, oh shit, that's how they think. And then you ever heard men that be saying that they was raised by a bunch of women, or they got a bunch of sisters, they know how women think and all this type of shit. Feel me? And they be like, "Shh, that sister told me not to trust none of y'all." You know what I'm saying? Because what would we tell our little sister? Don't trust no little boys. Don't trust no dudes. None of that. Like, you follow me? So she's gonna grow up not trusting. Think about that little girl that grew up with a bunch of boys, or a dad that's put her on game. Like, she gonna be like, man, I don't trust you niggas. Feel me? So
Well,
all this goes back to a culture thing. Like, how do we get out of this mindset? I definitely want to hear.
oh, I was
Go ahead. I'm sorry. You got it.
like I said, at my age, you know, I was trying to find methods to be able to deal with women. It's just that it's very hard for me. I've been like this, honestly, isolated from being around women when I was 26 after I had my daughter. I was very young, and I decided that, okay, that's it. No more. I don't want any more friends because I don't trust women like that. And so I went on to school and to be me. You know, when I go out to nightclubs, being a young woman, 19, 20, 21, 22, it was kind of hurtful for me because, you know, I seen girlfriends that I went to school in the sandbox with. I'm talking about pre-K. And they did things that I was just afraid of. I've always been afraid of drugs. They're in the bathroom doing coke, putting stuff on their tongues, smoking weed, just getting high. And later on, you know, more and
Buddha
more.
wants to know, where are these ladies today?
And the way I trained my life, I wasn't in that world. You know, I went out to club and dancing and stuff, but I wasn't in that world. Um, and so now I'm in my 30s, real out there, you know, politically involved. And, you know, I'm very serious about what I do. And I can't, I'm so serious about in the work that I do. And I get hurt because I can't depend on a sister that's an alcoholic. Sometimes when she's sober, she's really great at this work that we're trying to do in the community. But then I can't trust them and rely on them because she has an alcoholic problem, or she has a drug problem, or she's prostituting. All these things that hurt me, and me visually see my childhood buddies go these routes in life, in which I
Buddha
didn't. I came back, and
says
that's what it was. So
expectation leads to
I don't
disappointment.
deal. I live a life like if you want something done right, you got to do it yourself, and then you go out and fetch the women that are like-minded like you. And so in my tribe, I have a lot of women. We are like-minded. Okay, so I don't deal with everybody, and I don't like when people try to find friends for me because I'm not looking for friends. And Chief, that's something that you do. I'm not interested in, and I think that's wrong. I'm in Connecticut, and so this is where I was born and raised. So when I do my work until I retire, this is the community that I'm going to be working in. I can't work in the 50 states, but we have tribe members in other states, and I, you know, with my training and them watching me, this is things that I expect my tribe members to do in their states, and we do it collectively together. So, when
I
I
like to
say
say that I
that,
like to keep the
when
peace. Go ahead.
yeah, I believe in unity, but I united already. I united and build the tribe. I'm not trying to unite the whole world. I think somebody else needs to take on what I did and do. You don't need me. You definitely don't need me. We have a lot of intelligent sisters and brothers in YouTube world, but they could move on. They don't need me. They're very intelligent and very well
They're not
capable
that
of doing this.
intelligent.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. I cannot take that away from
No,
sisters.
you got a lot of smart dummies out here. You know what
A
I'm
lot
saying?
of intelligent
Like, you can
sisters.
read
They don't
books.
need me.
You can read a
I
bunch of
already
books
have
and
my
do nothing
tribe, and our
about it.
doors
What
are
the hell?
closed, and this is who I'm working with. My tribe members. This is who I'm working with.
You read a book on how to change a tire, but you still
but
never change a tire. Follow me?
intelligence and smart is two different things.
Hmm. Well, copper engine. The question's
Yes,
still
sir.
on the table. I don't know if you remember the question. So Betty, she got on the confessional with Pastor
Sorry, but I have
Superman.
to speak it
I
so
was
they
trying to say
understand where
like,
I'm
no,
coming
go ahead.
from. I was trying to tell you where I was coming from, and I
The
want to be
doors of the
perfectly
Buddha
honest.
church is
There's a lot of
always
I'm
women
open.
in
sure a lot of
YouTube
the
that don't like me and
listeners.
don't vibe with me, and I respect that.
No.
I
This is
do.
bigger than that though.
So I stay away.
This is bigger than YouTube. We're talking, and we talk, right? So uh, I'm talking about outside of this. Like somebody could take anything from this, and even within your own family, have family meetings. You know what I'm saying? Like I
Mm-hmm.
don't even. I haven't been to a family reunion forever. Well, why not have smaller ones within your immediate family?
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you want to not even see your own people because everybody working, everybody doing this, but just plan stuff like staycations. You don't gotta go nowhere, but just have meetings, have conversations.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like it's just sometimes it is a conversation. Like we do have a lot of conversations with each other. Let's have a conversation with our people.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Because
I
we don't like our family members. I'm telling you, I still see old people in their 70s still beefing over shit that they was in their
mm-hmm.
teenage years.
They never get over it. They can't let it go. They can't move beyond it. They stay stuck. And I think that's part of the problem is that people love drama. They like staying stuck, and they like the pity party that they get from having conversations about bullshit. You know. But I think
Yeah,
that
that's why I bust a pity party up with my slave whip.
Boy, wow.
yeah. But I think once you know better, you can do better. And yes, I think that women do influence men. I think we influence men to treat other women different or I,
Not
I
trusting, just not
yeah,
trusting, not
yeah,
trusting, right?
yeah.
Okay. So do you think that's the
What
beginning?
what what
Do you
good
think?
is trust? Let me ask you a question, Chief.
Okay.
What good is trust? What is that
You
for?
if you can't love nothing if you don't trust it.
What?
Man, listen,
So what's the purpose of trust?
love.
Why do you need to trust somebody?
I don't understand the question here, sir. Why do you need to
What
trust
is
somebody? I
yeah.
mean, you can't. That's why we have paralysis. We don't trust each other.
No. The why.
You said, why do we need trust?
Yeah.
Um,
If you going
because,
into battle with someone and you just met them, can you trust them to have your back?
you're not going to even go into battle if you don't trust them. That's why we don't go into battle. So we don't do anything.
If you have if you have money laying down and people come into your apartment, can you trust them not to take it, or can you trust them to see it and walk away and leave it there? I think trust is very important.
I know, but I'm still
But
looking
I
for the
think that
why.
trust
Why?
trust starts with yourself first.
I think the why
I know it's a whole bunch
is
of
in the
stuff, but I'm not
is
getting
in
the why.
the why is in the we need trust for unity to
Trust
build.
trust is a
That's the why.
character. Trust is a character builder.
You have to have trust before you can love somebody. Period.
Facts.
Yeah.
You have to have trust before you can build something with somebody. You have to have trust before you
So
can
why not skip
anything.
trust and just go to love?
No, because then it ain't gonna last.
You have to
What you
trust.
mean?
You gotta have the foundation. Got to be trust.
Have you ever been cheated on, Superman?
It's impossible to cheat on Superman.
Okay.
Great
Why did
question.
you ask him that question?
He just didn't know, sis. That's all. He
No. Because
felt it.
listen,
He just
this is my thing
felt
on
it. He
trust.
just did. He just
This is
did.
the way I deal with trust.
How
Okay,
you
let's get
deal
it.
with it?
It's just me. Y'all gotta remember, I'm crazy now. Don't try this
Yeah,
at home.
loyalty is
So
important.
we
That's
won't
why
try this
look,
at home.
Trust and loyalty are the same thing.
I'm from Krypton, y'all, and I
Can't have
might not
loyalty
be
without trust
equipped
first,
to
though.
take this on.
Okay.
But this is the way I look at it. Trust is personal. I don't need to trust nobody else. As long as I can trust myself. That's why I'm saying can't nobody cheat on me, because all I gotta do is pay attention and trust what I see. I don't question what I see because I run it through myself. I don't have to get validation from anyone else. My two eyes and my intuition and my understanding of the situation. I don't need to trust anyone but just me.
Are you
That's
married?
just me.
Are you married?
No.
Okay.
Because he don't trust nobody.
Right.
fact.
That's my advice.
Do
My
you?
advice to anybody, don't trust anyone. Trust yourself wholeheartedly.
All right.
Because you know deep inside that first initial feeling, or whatever you want to call it, that gut, the tingling, the spidey senses, whatever you want to call it. If you don't trust that, then you won't be able to trust anybody else.
But there's still trust.
Yeah, it's just trust in myself. I don't rely on anybody else's trust.
Okay.
I don't trust anybody either. I have to be perfectly honest. I
So
trust
Yeah,
them
There's no,
I
there's
trust
no
them.
need to. If you really
I,
trust yourself,
I,
you don't need to trust anybody else.
I
does
trust
that
them.
make you?
Because you're
Does
gonna
that make
see
you?
what you need to
Does
see
that
and
make you
not
a
be in that
trustworthy person, though?
situation.
Does that make you a
I
trustworthy
trust.
person?
I trust them no further than I see them.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
It's
It's a
hard
personal thing.
in
Because
these
it's just like somebody who don't trust their own decisions.
days,
It,
and
what do they do?
it's hard to trust.
What does a person do when they don't trust their own decision?
They don't.
I don't. What do you mean? They don't trust their own decision. They're untrustworthy
Right.
people.
But I'm
Then they
saying,
gonna
what
do
do they
untrustworthy
do?
shit and have untrustworthy thoughts that don't love nothing, don't build nothing, don't.
Man, they
You
rely
understand?
on
I
other
still, I still, I
people.
still don't. I still know
They
that our
rely
ancestors
on
didn't think like
others.
this,
They
though.
come to you. They come
I
to you
know
too.
for a fact our ancestors didn't think like this. You want to know why I know this? Because the artifacts of it.
Oh man,
It took
you
trust.
taking me too far. I don't know
Okay,
about.
brother, but slaves didn't build these pyramids here in America that they destroyed.
Yeah, but I'm saying I don't.
So that
I'm
means
out
that
of that
people trusted each
conversation.
other,
I'm
right? To
out of
build
that
this. I
conversation.
got you though.
We was on
We built the
Buddhism.
greatest civilization that the
Buddha
civilization that the
says
world
trust
sees comes from us, though.
yourself more than
So
others.
I got you. The people who did this, our ancestors, us, had to have a level of trust in order
Right.
to civilize the planet, brother.
I said that, Chief. I said in these times, it's hard to trust because as a people, we have been divided. So
I blame it
we are
on the young
divided.
and the
We are
restless
now
I'm,
divided.
and guiding
We're
light
not in
I'm
a
messages.
saying
position.
Hold
for
on.
We're not in a
I blame it
position
on
where
General Hospital, though. I blame it on General
like
Hospital.
listen, like
Real
the
fast.
industry that I came from. It's called trust but verify. Yeah, trust that, but go verify.
Wait a minute. I'm talking about a mind state of people who had 10 children or more, right, in the families, right? Did things without all the technology we have now that we're not doing shit, right? And then we can go back and back even further. These people who created civilization that the world is using had to trust each other. At some point, we stopped trusting each other. When did it happen? Why did it happen?
Never.
That
Never.
should be. How do we reverse the bullshit first? Top
Never,
of my
Chief.
agenda.
Come on, bro.
Excuse me.
Come
You
on,
said
step in
never.
reality with me.
religion
Yeah,
has
look.
divided
This is
us.
true.
That's when the division took place. Religion divided us.
Well, let me
That's
ask you this, Sister Beth.
when it right there. That's where the division started. Because
So
prior to that,
we go back to the churches. We start going to the churches.
Okay,
that's
well,
where
let
the
me ask
division
the
took
panel.
place.
I'm gonna ask everybody. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
All right, man. I'm coming to y'all church now.
That
Look, my question to everybody: when have y'all trust black people not to be black people?
We don't know black people, sir. Black on the
Well,
planet.
I'm saying I'm trying to keep the panel clean and not use words. You know who I'm talking about. The people that they call black people. When have y'all trusted them not to be them people?
You talking about
Man,
the
I don't see
N-word
I
people?
don't see us like that, bro.
However you see it, whatever you want to label us, whatever you
The
think we
Lord
are,
told us
aboriginals, the aboriginal people of America. When have you trusted them not to be aboriginal people of America?
when I put I can't say that. Yeah, man, like no, I like we was talking about this other night, man, just speaking to each other. Peace, King. How you doing? Peace, Queen. You know what I'm saying? Peace, bro. How you doing, man? And don't mean mug each other. You see what I'm saying? Like just
well,
I
random,
thought we
like
was
just
talking about
walking in
trust, the
no, well,
idea
no.
of
The
trusting one
division,
another.
the
huh?
division is when we,
Well,
I,
that goes to trust though. Just that
I
simple
think
gesture.
in
Speak to
the
each other.
South it's a lot better. Our people are more together in the South. I don't think that in the South, in our southern states, our people are easy to come together, no matter what southern state. The problem is when we migrated to the north, those of us who are descendants of those folks that migrated from the south, okay, they divided us up. We became a divided people even more. Me, I always related with our southern folk, always, because I was raised with what you call, yeah, I was raised in the hood. But when my family came to the north, they kept their southern morals. So I really relate with southern men and women more so than I do with northern men and women. And I can prove that. My husband is from the south. My husband's a country boy from Virginia. My baby's father is from,
Virginia?
yeah. My 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 my
That's not
my
the South.
Well, they're very southern.
Just
My
southern gentlemen, that's
baby's
all.
father, yeah,
Just
my baby's father is from the south. I never was in a relationship with men in the north. My attraction was always with the southern man. Those are my life partners. Wooly is a northern boy, but he has southern morals. If you didn't know, well, you think his ass was country right from something South Carolina, because he act more like a southern man than he do a northern man. And I
Do
don't.
you do you
I
trust
had a hard
all
time with northern men. I'm sorry.
do you trust all aboriginals?
You know that's impossible. No, we can't because of the situation when we're trying to build that back up. We're a community
I do.
broken apart.
You do, Chief?
Now, do I trust our men? Yes,
No, I'm
because
saying all people that's of you of America, all Aboriginal people that's still here. Do you
yes,
trust all of them?
yes, I do.
So what's the problem?
We have to reach out to them and
Well, I mean, see,
unindoctrinate
but
them.
but that but going back to the self healing first though, right? Like like I had explained, I still have a problem just like being approachable, like mean mugging people. Like I be on my own world, I don't be really on the, so I have to stop doing that and say, you know what, this week I'm gonna do better. I'm gonna speak to more people, you know what I'm saying? Especially copper color people. I try to speak to every copper color person I see.
Yeah,
You feel me? Like it, no matter what, right? But just in general, like hey, don't be so mean. Don't wear too much black all the time. You know, like sometimes I don't even want to be shaved because I don't want to be approached. You follow me? So I
I
got to
think
get out of that. So that
what
mind state, especially if we trying to heal our people, heal ourselves, because that's just me not wanting to be bothered with
we
nobody.
got to
Right?
come with a different method in healing our people because
You got to heal yourself first, though.
for all these years, for the last
Just so
what
we got to heal ourselves first.
correct. That's why I'm teaching Buddha for
Right,
internal
that's right.
healing.
Good.
You
Shout out to
don't
Buddha.
get internal healing from Christianity. You get nothing but division. You don't.
Jesus don't give you inner healing.
No. I don't even know who that
Sure.
is, but um,
Hey,
that's
shout
why I'm
out to
trying to
everybody.
promote this because I'm using it for myself too. I wouldn't share anything that I won't use for myself. But we need internal healing. We are burning really bad in the inside, and it reflects on our sons.
I took my medication. I stopped burning.
And that's what I won't do.
No, I still think it's all psychological first though.
It is.
Like,
It
people say,
is.
well, what we eating? Okay, that's cool. Like all that goes with it, but goddamn, like there's difference in just what we see on television.
Yeah.
You feel me? Like from 30 years ago, even, but even go back even that,
All
like
right,
what
I
we
got
see
another
today, what
deep
we live.
question.
Everything our people get involved in, in a corporate world, it divides them. Look at the music industry; it did a horrible job on our people.
But was they setting us
Okay,
up though?
Sister Betty, let me ask you this.
Uh-oh.
I
Can
don't think it was initially intended for that until our people will always wake up later and find out their harm because they're so excited that they sign a contract and they don't read it and understand the fine lines, and they don't find out until later the harm that they're doing to themselves. So the music industry, the basketball industry, everything that our people are involved in that have top dollars, that's all what divided us. It
I
even
mean,
put us at
can
different
we keep
levels.
it real
Now you
though?
got your rich basketball players and your poor niggas in the hood.
Let's take
So
it out of
everything
can I
divided.
ask y'all another question from Buddha? Can you heal somebody or help somebody if you need help yourself?
Nope.
I don't think so.
No, I don't think so unless you're going to refer them to Buddha.
Well, it depends on what you're doing. Like, y'all can help each
So
other
I'm saying we
if
talk
y'all
about
both
getting the
need help. So
community
I take
back
that back.
together, getting to be back strong as we should be, right? That's
I
the
take
whole
that back.
bottom line, correct?
Correct.
If you
So
got to put out a fire and you need
if
help,
you on
and I need
fire,
help put
can
out the
you
fire,
help put somebody else fire out?
What'd you
If
say?
your house on fire?
Sir, you move the goalposts.
No, I didn't. I'm saying, can you help somebody if you need help? If you drowning, can you save
If I
somebody
want to
else from
save your
drowning?
house and don't save my house, then I can come help you. But if I want to save my house, I'm gonna save my house first. Now, if you want to come help me save my house real fast, then we go there and save your house. Depending on who got the water hose. If you got the water hose, I'm gonna come help you do yours real fast, and then we can just do the rest of
Man,
that.
you adding a
That'll
lot
work.
of extras and
Nah,
over.
you did that
You
though.
in the middle of the ocean, brother,
So
by
what you saying
yourself
is
with a
Buddha?
whole
You
bunch of
saying
drowning people. We all drowning, correct? We all in pain. We all hurting. We burning on the
in this
inside.
analogy? No,
Can you help someone
no,
if you need help?
no.
Chief out today is Brown Wolf Daddy.
Shout out to Brown Wolf, man. Hey, nah, that man got a father, man. That's
Superman is off
God,
the
my brother.
chain.
Hey,
Why are you starting your third shift mess, Superman?
hey, he always starts shit.
I'm just saying,
But
I've
in your
already
analogy,
taken a
though,
deep
okay, I'm gonna go
dive
with you and
into
Buddha.
Buddhism. So,
So I'm gonna go with you
first
in
of
this
all, you got
core
to
Buddha.
really heal yourself and get yourself to be 100%. Your cup got to be filling and running over before. Because if you drown and you grab hold to another drowning person, y'all just two drowning people holding
Yeah, that
on.
ain't gonna be good.
Yeah,
That's true.
That's
I'm gonna get
true.
on to the side and then I'm gonna find a rope or something, or a boat, or like a branch. We're gonna do something. But other than that,
So basically, you saying you going to save yourself first and then throw the rope out to the next person.
yeah,
Oh, okay, cool.
ain't that the best thing to do?
sounds logical to me. That's what they tell you to do when you're on the plane.
Okay. Here's the thing, Chief. I think that we can build a community, but okay, I've been in here since 2009, 19 in YouTube. 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. 6 years. And building a community in YouTube is truly wasting our time. I cannot, I think whatever I establish in YouTube, as far as bringing people together, I've successfully did that with Waya. Now we are in different states. I'm sorry, I can't be of assistance building the community in YouTube.
Well, I mean, I
I
would
can't,
definitely
because
you
it,
too.
it, it is what it is. They're not willing. They don't want to build a community. It's entertainment, and 6 years is enough for me. I'm now in a position, and I can't wait till I retire. That's all I'm waiting for, is to retire, so I can put full-time work in our community.
Right.
Um,
Just for the
there's
record,
nobody. It's a wrap.
You
It's
can't
really a wrap.
retire,
you know
Sister
I'm not talking
Betty. Your
Sister Betty.
job is never done.
Hold on, Sister Betty. You
In
know I'm
YouTube,
not
it is. I just come on YouTube to lecture. I'm not looking for people to come together. I've done that already.
yeah, I'm not talking about that. But
And then I don't know what
I
you're talking about.
I think
You,
this was a
you
topic.
kind of like a prophet, like a prophetess.
Isn't it crazy? No,
I'm done with him.
but I think a part of it though too. Once again, Sister Betty, like not just the personalities and the entertainment. I know that people get information out of this, right? And no matter what we're saying, 10 years ago, niggas thought they was from Africa and taking trips to Kemet and take a trip to the door of no return on Dookie floors and all this other dumbass shit. Now, niggas is talking at the minimum FBA. They
What
Native
you mean,
American.
Dookie Floor? What is that? What are you talking about?
Nah, nah, man. This
Well, I
nigga
was gonna
polite.
pass it by.
This nigga polite went to Ghana, right? And went to the airport door with no return and the slave ports and all that shit. He was standing on the floor and he said that it was so much feces on that floor that it had turned into stone. So they were standing on floor of feces.
What? Really?
Yeah. This is the his name shouldn't even be said on the internet anymore. He should be written out of history. You know what I'm saying? And when he come home, if he come outside, should be taken to lunch. Everywhere he goes, somebody should take him to lunch. You understand what I'm saying? I stand on that. I don't give a fuck what y'all be talking about. Like a lot of times, the reason why I don't fuck with YouTube because it's fake. So I don't do the YouTube shit. So I don't come on here to be like, oh no, whatever. You know what I'm saying? I don't give a fuck about that. Real shit, real recognize real, and real shit is on outside of. You're on the phone. You say, hey man, I'm gonna come over there, help you dig a trench around your house. Blah 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 blah. Woot woot woot. Whatever. Help you build your house. But y'all just talk on the phone. Y'all never get to it. I'm bringing some beer too with me. You got some blunt? Okay. But you never get to building that house. That house never get built because y'all been on the phone the whole time. Man, who the fuck is doing that, bro? So if y'all on that, bro, I don't know what we talking about. That's
Well, you really have
hallelujah, have mercy.
there's
Good luck.
method there's methods of building communities, and
Yes.
you just there's methods. First of all, you got to survey your community, and like I said, I worked, and it took me so long. I'm doing a research study on our community just here in Connecticut, and for different eras, and understand our people's interests. I'm not trying to take them out of their religious beliefs or anything, but the Democrats have had full control of our people's minds for years and years and years. That's another bullet that we gotta fight. We have to fight against the Democrats to get the minds of our people, because right now the Democrats got the minds and the souls of our people in my blue state, and it's very bad. And they can't see the harm that the Democrats have done to them and are still doing to them. So we have to get out and show them because our people don't see. Our people just believe who their Democratic senator is, Democratic governor is, Democratic everything. But we have to get them to see the deceit in them. We
Well,
need the only way this state is gonna really, our people are really gonna see great effects in their lives is if they change the state to red or independent. Because right
well,
now they can't see the harm that that it's been the Democrats the whole time destroying us. And the Democrats are who kept us separate as a people, who have divided us. And that's a
you're
fact.
100% right, actually.
We have to show them the other way. The Democrats have had our people's mind, excuse my French, I'm going to speak French, so fucked up for so many years that they, when they see a Republican, it's like put up the cross, the vampire. And that's a fucking lie.
Wait a minute, Sister Betty. Are you saying that the church and the Democratic Party have did a deal somewhere for niggas?
Yes. Yes. That's exactly what I'm saying.
What do y'all think this happened, Sister Betty? Let's get into a little history today.
I'm telling you, I said my piece. It started with the church and the Democratic Party. Most Christian churches is Democrats.
Wait a
Most
minute,
of
ain't
them.
that violating state and church? Like, don't the
What?
state and church supposed to be separate?
Yeah, separate my ass. They work hand in hand.
So you telling me
Most
if there
people,
was a
most
pastor
people.
in these nigga churches stood up and said, "I'm voting for Trump. I support the Republican or conservative." He say, "I'm independent, but I'm not voting the way they want me to vote." And he started telling his constituents to start influencing his people. Who a pastor of a church is like the father of the community. Y'all understand what I'm saying? Y'all follow me? He's trusted. He's supposed to be trusted, right? So his word means a lot to influence the community. People that lead the churches, whatever, gonna go vote. So what I've always thought that was interesting when they said it was separation between certain church and state, but they always take people from the church to go vote, but it's only to vote for the Democrats. Or they do certain things, it's only for Democrats. It's never for anybody else. And the
Correct.
dude that's sitting up here paid, right? And now we know where all the money comes from now. We've done all the we followed the money and who's controlling all these pastors who's supposed to be trusted by the community to get what's the best interest of the community's best interest, right? Now we know for 100% fact what some of us have been around right now long enough to know about the 94 crime bill, right? For instance, right? That hurt a lot of communities, still hurting us, right? Then you get this dude that's in the office now. He's in office last time. He starts letting people out that time. As soon as he gets in office, but ain't even 100 days, start letting people out again. Just like he said he was going to do with a policy that we know 100% hurt our community. No matter what we're going to talk about, y'all flooded with drugs, and then y'all turn around, 91 crime bill, 94 crime bill, which happened to have been written by Joe Biden.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Ironic,
Mm-hmm.
right? Joe Biden. So you get Obama in there, whatever, 8 years, with Biden in there, right? And they do absolutely nothing when it pertains to anything for our people. Period. No matter what we're going to talk about, because Biden and Obama's not our people. Period. Obama wasn't our people on neither side of his family. He wasn't even half of none of us.
Mm-mm.
The people don't. Does it make a difference? Of course it does. He doesn't feel our pain. He didn't grow up with us. He don't know nothing about us. How could he represent us? So don't, when people say he was our first president, stand down on that. First black president, we're not black. We're talking about American. We are Americans. It's only been immigrants our lifetime. I don't know nobody else. Unless Carter was had some little nigga in him or something, whatever, which we found out he did. But other than that, I don't know about any these people. We have allowed immigrants to get into administrative power over us. We've allowed them to miseducate us. All
Mm-hmm.
these are crimes. That's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with real shit. All the other shit you niggas be talking about, stop it. Like we don't need it. Who cares? Y'all don't even pay attention, so I don't even know.
No, I'm paying attention because it's
I
very
gotta get rid
true.
of thoughts if I
What
can.
we have to
I don't have time.
teach our people, Chief, in our communities, we have to show them. Our people always look for signs. So, for the most part, our people are very visual learners, and we have to visually show them how the Democratic Party keeps us divided as a people.
I mean, with their policies, we literally just seen Biden them, bro. Like, what more? Could y'all imagine if Kamala Harris was the president right now?
No.
Not even 100 days within her presidency, right? So, okay, so now we talking about Trump is the president now, right? So Trump is president, and so as soon as he get in office, before he get in office, he's already implementing shit to change stuff, right? And then ultimately, they want us to be mad. The media wants to use us once again, the Joy Reids and the roly polies and all other talking heads that don't represent the average person, because Joy Reid's worth millions of dollars, roly polies worth millions, whatever, right? But y'all get the point. Point is, right, that these people have a job to do, and the people who pay them tell them that I want you guys to make sure that your people, right, are going to be scared. Hey, man, these tariffs, for instance, right? People don't even know what's going on with the tariffs, what it mean. They just hear the chatter, and they only want to hear one side of the chatter. They're not going to want to hear the other side of the chatter because they racist. We don't want to hear from them, right? So you only hear from what the chatter of the Democratic side is telling you. They're saying that these tariffs may cause this, may raise prices. All these other things, prices are high as ever right now. They go up any higher, the consumer is gonna act the fuck up. So they're not just raising them for us. Y'all do understand that, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're raising for everybody. They're not just raising for us. And last time I checked, we all getting the same checks that our counterparts, well, y'all, they're getting, right? Let's just keep this fucking real, right? Okay, so jobs and all those other things and resources were going to illegal people that were coming to this country based off of policy that was working for this dude. That got cut now. Then they start trimming the fat. They start going through these things that they're finding more money. They're saying, okay, we're stopping corruption. We're stopping corruption within the intelligence agencies. For niggas, that should be like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, just no matter what, if you should instantaneously, these things, these policies, those little policies right there, along with the ones that's already been in place before that were beneficial for niggas. I still can't find one that harmed us yet, just specifically our community. Oh, did we getting our food stamps? I mean, don't you want to? Like, don't you want to? Don't you want to get out of, like, don't you want to start making money? Like, feel me? Don't you want to, like, regulations to be down so we can do business with these banks that have been ultimately doing criminal acts? Because basically they've been redlining. Is redlining not a crime? Okay, well, we should be compensated for these things.
They've been doing
as
redlining
Americans. When you put black on it, now you just put yourself in a nothing burger. We are Americans. Just stand on it. Get you an American flag, raise it high on your house, put it on your car. Buy clothes with American flag on. Put American flag on your shit. It's gonna change your life. That's our shit. If you jiggy with it, get you a Confederate flag too. But you ain't with that. You ain't about that life. You know what I'm saying? Like, you gotta study, man. Like, they just alienate us from power. We've been disfranchised socially, politically, economically from power. That's it. Like, I'm an American, so anytime somebody say I'm black, I cut that shit the fuck off. Yeah, it's psychological warfare. Oh, you're
because
black. Oh, I'm
Democrats
sorry.
can get our people to go out and protest bullshit like what they're doing now. All these people across the states, they fucking fools. But the Democratic Party, now I'm not trying to say that the Democratic Party is just victimizing our people. They're screwing over all working class people. It doesn't matter what your race is. They don't give a damn. But even them, they can't see it. But they're waking up to the bullshit. They're waking up. Just gonna take some time. It we didn't get in this mess overnight. It took a lot of years to take control of the mind of the people, period. And they're waking up. People are waking up. Well, that's why we have a Republican president now. And I think at this point, the Republicans know that it's been a very long time since we've been able to have a Republican president. And I think and I believe that they want to implement things in our communities which will keep them in office. So the only people that are really hollering hell are boomer age Democrats.
So what can we do to convince them that these tariffs, for instance, are not gonna, and all the money that they're finding, and now they have more money to put into other things because they were wasting billions of dollars, right? And then there's trade deficits that we have for no reason, because I know why we have them, because somebody had a globalist agenda. So now you have somebody saying we're going to go to a trade deficit, or have a trade, fair trade, as opposed to the trade deficits that we have now, right? And so they say, okay, well, this is going to happen. Well, that's not going to affect us in any way. It's only obviously, if this is happening like this right here, right, then there's a reason for that. They never talk, the opposite side of it doesn't talk about why it's happening. Why are these tariffs and being, because there's already tariffs, there's already good shit going on. It's just the levels where they're at now, right, are moving to where they say, okay, well, you guys are charging us this. We don't like that trade deficit that we have with you guys. Why is this here? So just doing good business, super. This has nothing to do with anything. If Obama came in and said, fuck y'all, we're gonna make America strong economically again. We're gonna make the dollar strong. We're gonna make this. And if you don't like it, we're gonna come see you. Right? I'd rather hear that than a motherfucker tell me I don't like it because this right here, and then maybe I'm not gonna get my Social Security check. Maybe the price of eggs was already.
Well, you only heard that in the Democratic when they were in control.
Right.
You're not hearing. There are no threats, and Trump didn't write any executive orders that would affect Social Security.
There you go.
So this is bullshit that they're pushing. All the threats was within prior to this administration. Let's count all the way from what's her name? The Clintons.
Yeah.
That's when the Social Security threats started. The Clinton administration, then the Obama administration, and then the Biden. That's when all the Social Security threats came about. And the Republicans, they have shit to do with that because they weren't predominantly in power.
Facts.
So this bullshit that they're pushing, Trump only being in office now since what, February, March, April, 2 goddamn months. And he's a threat to Social Security. No, he's not, because he didn't write an executive order that points and targets Social Security. He's lining out items so that they could stop using our fucking Social Security money, because it's only supposed to be used for the people that invest in it.
Right. And they were using it for other things and saying that they didn't have money for this and that. No, misappropriation of the money. Now, here's the thing, right? Now, I don't know if y'all understand this. Elon Musk has been named the number one guy in the world, right? According to them, Forbes and all this other shit, right? Which is, they got people way richer than Elon Musk and all the other dudes on there, right? Hold on, but here's the thing, right? So with that being said, right, it's like $360-something billion, something crazy, right? Okay, cool. Right? This dude, they got all this money, right? He still don't have more money than the United States government and better resources, right? Better accountants. He had an independent accounting firm come in and do the accounting of the monies that they were misappropriating. We've been saying, anybody going, like, okay, they need to be audited, right? They auditing everybody else. They're using our money. So nobody should stand up and say, no, we shouldn't audit that, right? So nobody's saying that that shouldn't be done. So okay, so it's cool, right? They just mad about the person who's like he's actually doing the auditing. No, nigga, it's a accounting firm that's auditing the fucking government, who's supposed to be auditing everybody and watching, making sure that nobody's getting scammed, right? Well, they the ones that's doing the scamming. It's just what it is. They're draining the fucking swamp. So we're sitting back being used once again, psychological, making us scared, making us, and ultimately we should be focusing. If even if you think it's going to be in the next 3.5 years, if you don't like this guy, like, you know, okay, fine. That has nothing to do with taxes and the regulations and stuff that are going to be loosened up for you to organize with your family first. Matter of fact, don't try to organize with us until you organize with your motherfucking family first. How about that? Feel me? Like, that sounds crazy to me. Like, you know what I mean? So I think that should happen, and you know, people come together, bring tribes together. You know what I'm saying? Tribes is your family. Not saying go join the Seminoles and no shit like that. Also, like, people want solutions. Y'all know the solutions, but y'all want to be entertained too. That's cool. I've
Well,
seen great movies. Gladiator 2 is dope. Hey man, I fucking love Captain America, y'all. Hey, so baby, we gotta do a reaction video to that. Reaction.
no, I ain't into
I
that.
loved it. I loved it, y'all. I love it.
I'm not
That's
into the
it.
Hollywood shit, no, man.
Well, I
I'm
mean,
into
I'm saying that they be trying to put little messages in there. You know what I mean? And you gotta decipher through that shit. But it was definitely dope. I'm about to do a reaction video to it. Shout out to Anthony Mackie, cold dude. I mean, it's shit, man. Like I said, bro, like, we take it and run with it. Don't look back. Like, you know, we in pole position, don't even know it. You don't even fucking know it. Just change your
Well,
mind.
that's why we need to get out to our communities, and we it's going to take us to educate our people in our communities. Bottom line, bottom line, our people's minds have been indoctrinated terribly. We have to get out and educate our people, and that's where why is coming in. We have our soldiers, and
So,
we
you
have to
don't think we reach a lot of people though on these airways?
I
The
do
same
think
way we could talk to them and
I do
maybe
think that we
class
reach a
setting
lot
or
of absolutely. That's why I lecture on YouTube, because I know we're hitting the airwaves, and I know we make a difference in people looking into their genealogy. But we can't do everything on YouTube. We have to get out to our people in the streets, and we can't say everything on YouTube. You know that, Chief. So we have to get out in our communities. This is why I'm waiting for my retirement. I could do it part-time in our communities, but we got to get out, and we have to pass out flyers. We have to do exactly what the Democrats did to our people.
facts.
They did everything the Democrats did to our people. The knocking on the doors, the handing them flyers, inviting them in groups into Zoom to have these discussions with them. We cannot discuss everything on YouTube. I'm serious. We have to reach out to our people and get their undivided attention, and we have to help them. We have to help, and we have to be the ones to help unindoctrinate our people.
Word. That's what's up.
So that's what I'm about. That's what I'm about, and I do a lot of that by way of conducting genealogy. But I want to get out more now, and start communicating with our people in our communities. And on the other hand, we also have to be very careful on whose doors that we knock on, because everybody's door that we knock on in our hoods are not our people. I'm just keeping it a buck. Everybody with brown skin are not our people. But thank the universe for the energy, because our energies connect as a people. We know who we are. We know the people from this land. Our people don't have British accents. I'm sorry. Our people do not have British accents. We're Americans, and we speak like Americans. So we know who we are. I know who Pookie and Ray Ray is versus who Dexter is. And I'm serious. I know I know my community very well, and I know who my people are in my
Nigga
community.
named Nigel. You start trying to see.
I'm
Ah,
serious.
man, you wow.
No, I'm keeping it a buck, and I don't care if nobody don't like it because I'm not talking to them. I'm literally here to help my people. It's my job to help my people. It's not the job of foreigners to help my people. And I don't care if nobody don't like it. Our people are in pain right now, and it's time for me, for Wyatt, to get out and start educating our people and helping them. No senator is going to help our people. None. No
This is
lawyer
Betty.
is going to help our people. We have to help our sons and daughters. Bottom
This is
line.
Betty. Do you think that we should get into politics?
Absolutely. Because politics is what took us out of what we was in. We left the political scene. It's not us that created a criminal enterprise on the land, but as Ali Bamba would say.
Hey y'all, I gotta go.
Yeah, me too. We've been going at it 4.5 hours. I'm gonna return tomorrow, and we're gonna get into the Buddhist way of life. We're really moving smoothly through this book, and it's helping a lot of people.
All
It's
right,
helping a lot.
all right. I'll see
But
you
I love you.
tomorrow.
I'm gonna get myself comfortable for the night, get a little bite to eat, and I'm going to Super's channel.
Peace out, chat.
I
Peace
mean,
out, man.
I'm
Peace
going to
out.
Smoke Signals
Chief.
channel when he go live, when Smoke go live.
All right, I'll holler. Peace out,
All
y'all.
right, love. All right, love. So, Chief, any last statements? Superman, any last statements? Because I'm gonna get out of here and come back and resume with Buddha.
No, yeah, thank you for having me, Sister Betty. Shout out to everybody, man. Tapped in, man. Really appreciate you guys, man. And
Yeah,
hope
I'm
y'all
doing
got
the
something
live
else to
with
be about.
Sanchez Thursday on his channel. He want me to come on his channel. Me and Sanchez doing a live Thursday on his channel.
So you're still gonna be on APs on Tuesdays, right? On Tuesday, right?
I think if he hasn't changed his mind, I sure am. I sure am. Tuesday interview. I got Ad Power is interviewing me on Tuesday. And Thursday, I'm having a live with Sanchez on his channel. So it's gonna be interesting. But I love y'all, and I'm about to get up out of here, and I'm going to Smoke Channel when I get relaxed. If I ain't watching my Asian movies on Netflix.
Oh.
But Superman, you got any closing words? Your mic is muted, Superman. His butt probably fell asleep unless he on somebody else's panel.
Yeah, peace,
But,
everybody. Thank you, Sister Betty.
all right.
Go with you.
Thank you, Chief. Let me know when we're gonna do our live together.
Okay, well, I'll see you busy in the next couple of days. I'm pretty much open end of the
I'm
week.
open all week,
Yeah, me.
but all my
Probably
lives
like
have
Friday then, something like we'll do something
yeah,
like
all my lives have to be. As long as they're at 3:00, that's fine because I'm off work.
we'll do it then. We'll do it like Friday. But also y'all 420 weekend, man. Atlanta, man. If y'all gonna be out there, man, tap in. Myself, AP or somebody, man. So y'all know where we're gonna be at, man. So shout out to the A. Yeah, shit, man. We like we doing the work, man. So that's what it's about, you know, getting outside and talking to the people too, seeing people, and that's that. But it's a lot of other things that go along with that, you know, as far as okay, we talking, but you know, have something to add with it. Like, you know, we talk about jobs, man. Chief Holiday at gmail.com. You can't really do nothing without economics and the way it's set up right now. Like, you know what I mean? So there's opportunities out there. Let's say I don't like to say jobs, opportunities out there. Pardon me. it's paying forward, man. So yeah, just tap in, man. chiefholiday@gmail.com. Get over
All
Sister
right,
Bird.
yo.
Yeah.
All right, Chief. I'll holler at you, brother.
All right.
All
Appreciate
right,
you.
love y'all. I'm out of here.